Welcome back, everyone. We will continue on the debate on Bill number 3-34 COR. Senator Torres, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the override of the Governor's veto of Bill 3-34. As we are aware, 3-34 is an act relative to ensuring that only the most economical and beneficial health care insurance proposal for GovGuam employees, retirees, and foster children is forwarded by the negotiating team. I rise in support of this bill because I think in any decisions that have to be made, timing is everything. And what this bill does is it brings to light our responsibility as we're going into the budget cycle of ensuring that we make the correct choices. That is fundamentally our job as a legislature, to appropriate funds. And what as I was thinking about this and listening to all the different considerations about why it is a good thing to override it or why it is a good thing to oppose the override, I just wanted to highlight some points that I thought are, for me, compelling reasons to support this measure. No matter what option is before the negotiating body, it involves the same benefits across the board for every policy that is presented. The specs are the same across, and the only thing that differs is the service provider. But even if we were to conclude that we want only the best plan for everybody, what you want and what you get are two different things if you can't pay for it. And I think right now, going back to timing, we're faced with the true dilemma of what can we truly afford as a government. If we have now situations where coverage is threatened for non-payment, that is reason to take pause. If today I have to go for dialysis and I'm informed that, I'm sorry, the government has not paid that premium, we are halting services, that is the greater evil to me. If you know that you may not afford it, if you're trending right now where you're in those situations right now, where that is an issue. We haven't gone there, but it's presenting itself. That should give us reason to pause. Whether you want the best or not, can you afford it? Because if you can't pay for something, don't get it. We all know that in a practical sense. The mover of this bill, the author of this bill, talked about the choices we're going to have to make even amongst this body personally. We understand now that our salaries are cut by $30,000. Our paycheck that we're going to get tomorrow is going to be reduced by $1,000. That's significant. We're all going to have to make serious choices in our households. But what this bill also doesn't do is this bill doesn't, on its face, take choice away from us. It doesn't say that you're now going to only opt for an exclusive provider. Unless I'm incorrect in my read, I believe that that's the case. What it does say is that you're to choose the provider that is the most cost-effective, the one that is the most affordable. That's what it calls for. So if you have specs that are out there and the providers come in and give their pricing on that, whether it's multi-choice or exclusive, what this bill calls for is that you are going to choose the most affordable. It doesn't tell you what the most affordable is in whatever fashion. It just says the most affordable. And we also have to think, for all those people that depend on health care, I think as a government, if we have to provide what we're obligated to provide, it's to provide coverage. It doesn't say the Cadillac of coverages. It doesn't say insufficient coverage. It says coverage. We ultimately want to get the most bang for our money, but we should also set the ceiling on what our money is going to be. I worry about this idea, going back to the whole idea about affordability, and I remember just the impression that we had, that I had when insurance was selected for this fiscal year. It doesn't make sense that we have a situation where this body will appropriate a sum of money and a contract that far exceeds it by more than $10 million, $14 million is opted for. What scenario exists where we can allow for that, where we tell an agency, this is your budget, and they choose to exceed it by millions of dollars in one act? We understand that things happen, emergencies happen, situations happen that will result in an agency having to accrue overtime or spend for emergency repairs of equipment or the like. But when you have the ability to control yourself by saying, this is the amount of money I have to play with, this is the best that I can buy for that money, which is all I'm appropriated, that is the correct way to go. And so I'm supportive of this bill because I think, one thing, it doesn't necessarily take away choice. And number two, it just calls for affordability. And in this time where we're faced with an uncertainty of what our Section 30 monies are going to be, there's still some debate about it, although we seem to know what the answer is from the Congresswoman's office and the war claims monies that are going to be paid out. We understand what that threshold is most likely to be. We're uncertain about the security within our region that could impact our other industry driver on this island. So given all the precautions, the situations that should lead us to have these precautions about spending and should drive us to look at ways to cut savings, to cut monies and see some savings, I just don't see as a body how we cannot make a responsible choice at this point in our history, especially as we're going into the budget cycle. I stand in support of the override of Bill number 3-34. I voted in favor of the bill, believing that sometimes we just have to be prudent. And if we're going to expect all our agencies to toe the line on prudency, then we should at least insist on prudency in this one area where we know it in this fiscal year resulted in an expenses government in excess of, I believe it was $14 million. So please join me, my colleagues, please join me in supporting the override. I think we have extreme challenges before us in this budget cycle, and where we can realize true savings and where we can establish a precedent for choosing the option that is affordable for the government, that is the option we should choose. There's so much that we want, and there's so much there that everybody is jockeying for monies, and I don't understand how we can be so insistent that, on one end we can turn our eye and allow monies in excess of the appropriated amount to be spent in one swoop of the pen. We have to set the standard now, and I implore my colleagues to give it a thought. Timing is everything. And I believe that this is the correct time for this type of action to take place. Sus Maasi.
Zeus Masi, Senator Torres. On the motion to place Bill number 3, are there any other senators wishing to speak? Senator Nelson, you are recognized.
Just a point of inquiry, Madam Speaker. Should this override happen, does that impact the current proposals for this upcoming fiscal year?
Mr. Speaker, do you yield to the question?
Yes, thank you for the question. It'll just affect what recommendation the negotiating team sends to the governor. The to make something clear to everybody, the exclusive and the non-exclusive plans are exactly the same, down to a T, to a dot. Every single thing that you have in the exclusive plan is also in the non-exclusive plan. And so some people may be surprised about the way that they may have submitted their bids. I have no idea, but I know the negotiations start next week, and I wanted them to understand that this has happened before negotiations starts.
Senator Nelson,
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
is there any other senator wishing to speak on the bill, on the motion to place Bill number 3? On the motion to place veto Bill number 3-34 COR, notwithstanding the objections of Imangit Lahingwahan, into the voting file.
Madam Speaker,
Senator Espadon.
if I may call for a very brief recess, I'm in discussion right now on some information that's relevant to the question that was just asked. And
right.
so if we could, I just need to make sure I have the information
All
correct.
right, 1 minute recess.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are back in session. Senator Espaldon, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when this bill came to the floor in regular session, I voted for it. And again, much like the previous speakers who have already stated their position in terms of why they would support this override, I too, being a conservative, really believe that in these times, and we know that we're not in great financial shape, in fact, we might be in financial trouble, right, that we do have to be prudent. I like the word that the previous speaker used, prudent. When it came to the floor, I also had a problem because I know that there are many of our constituents out there, and in this case it'd be the Gov Guam employees, right, who really do value the choice of providers, and at least that's what they've been telling me. But I went with this bill anyway because, again, in the end, at least in the bigger picture, I see that the money that we spend on Gov Guam health insurance is money that is provided by not just Gov Guam employees, but every single taxpayer on this island. And yet not every single taxpayer on this island is covered by the insurance plan that we offer. It covers only Gov Guam employees. So there seems to be an unfairness in that we take tens of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money to provide coverage, health insurance coverage for Gov Guam employees, and yet everybody pays into that, doesn't get coverage, not everybody. And so being prudent with the people's money while being able to afford our Gov Guam employees insurance coverage, whether it's the way we've been doing it or whether it's under this new plan, I think, again, demands that we be prudent. And I'll use that word again, much like the previous speaker, with the money that we are spending. But I do have an issue that I need to or at least a question I need to proffer to the author of this bill, because it has come to my attention that the RFP for the next insurance policy has already gone out, and on top of that, the responses to that RFP to provide health care coverage, insurance coverage, has already come in. And so I guess the question is, in my mind, does this mean that if we override this, the governor's veto, whether we would then need to pull back the RFP that has already been sent out and responded to? And then, of course, a correlating concern is that if we do that, and we do have to pull back the RFP because we have overridden the governor's veto, whether that would spark a protest and maybe even a legal challenge to this law. And I would like to perhaps ask the author if he could address that.
Mr. Speaker, do you yield to the question?
Yes, I yield. Thank you very much. When the RFP went out, they were told, all the bidders are told, submit an inclusive plan and an amount that you would do this if you were the exclusive provider. Submit a bid for a non-exclusive coverage if you were not, if you were chosen to be one of the three. And I would hope that, and when they went out, they knew, as they have seen for the last 5 years, that both plans are reviewed. The negotiating team says of the exclusive plan, this number one is this company, number two is this company, number three is this company. In the non-exclusive section, number one is this company, number two is this company, number three is this company. And I want to remind all the colleagues The plans are exactly the same. They have to provide all the very same coverage. Whatever it is, whether it's CPACs or whatever, they have to both bids have to provide for it. When the memo goes up to the governor from the negotiating team, there's nothing to prevent the governor from deciding this year I want exclusive. The last 5 years was non-exclusive. I have two choices. He and he alone can make that decision. In the same way he could decide he's going to go with non-exclusive. But there's nothing, none of these three bidders are assured that it's going to be the non-exclusive, so let's make sure that we all agree on what's going to be in this, how we're going to bid this out, and we'll underbid the the exclusive. You're never sure. When you submit your bid, you're committing yourself. You're saying, if I was the exclusive provider, this is how much I would charge to take care of everybody. If I'm part of a group, this is how much I'm going to charge. And there's no guarantee that it's going to go either way. The law doesn't state that. Today we're making it clear that the most economical of the two will be the one that is submitted to the governor after the plans are reviewed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Espaldon, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that response. And the author is correct in a lot of the points that he makes. But I just felt I needed to at least bring to the attention of this body, since we do have a lot of new members here, and this is the first time they've had to deal with the GovGuam insurance plan in terms of the policy establishing where we go from here, that that the process has been in place based upon the old law. And I had to at least raise the question that if we override the governor's veto, and again from the previous question that was asked by one of our colleagues, whether or not this override and this, should it succeed and become law, whether then that takes the place of existing law that now applies to the coming contract. Because the RFP that went out was based and responded to was based upon the law that this override is seeking to replace. And again, I'm still trying to mesh that in my head a little bit, and so I'm hoping that my colleagues on the floor will also take that into consideration as they determine how they're going to vote on this override measure. But I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Espaldon. On the motion to place Bill number 3, Senator Atta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find the question that was raised interesting because the same concern was raised with Bill 58, that we have an RFP that's in play already, and by passing a bill that says no more RFPs, what does that, what are the implications of that? And believe me, I'm not trying to play lawyer. That's the last thing I want to do. But I am familiar with one section in the procurement law that basically says, this is in section 5225, and it says cancellation of invitations for bids or requests for proposals. So an invitation for bid or request for proposals or other solicitation may be canceled, or any or all bids or proposals may be rejected in whole or in part, as may be specified in the solicitation, when it is in the best interest of the territory in accordance with regulations promulgated by the policy office. And of course the regulations spells out the minutia of how you would then cancel a solicitation. So I think the important point is up to the point until an award, before an award is made, the solicitation can be canceled. After an award is made, then we're talking about a totally different ball game, and that basically has different implications. So I think that maybe the government still reserves that right to just cancel and say submit a bid for as a single provider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. On the motion to place Bill number 3, Senator Lee, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When this bill originally passed, I did make remarks just emphasizing that maximizing the value of taxpayer money is a fundamental responsibility of the government. So when we're choosing a government health insurance contract, it's imperative that we choose one that we can afford. At the same time, we have to ensure that we keep the promise that we've made to our employees, to our retirees, and I think Bill 3 provides a pathway to do that, and provides a pathway for the government to choose the lowest cost and the most beneficial plan for the government of Guam. I think at the end of the day, one of the retiring speakers alluded to this, but we're not choosing between select care or take care or net care. Given our current situation, we're choosing between care and no care at all. So at the end of the day, that's how I feel that we should all be in support of overriding this measure, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Lee. On the motion to place vetoed Bill number 3, is there any other senator wishing to speak? If not, then Speaker Cruz, you may close on the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I had already said to the colleagues, exclusive and non-exclusive are exactly the same. There's nothing in the non-exclusive that isn't in the exclusive plan. There was an issue about why doesn't the governor just follow what's in the budget when he signs the bill. He does send down a budget request in February, but in February the negotiating team hasn't started its negotiations yet. And so he usually includes what was in the previous years, how much they spent the previous year. We as the legislature passed a law that said negotiating team shall begin negotiations in April. They are to conclude their negotiations in July, because in July, when they conclude their negotiations and they prepare their memoranda to the governor, it will then tell the legislature the premiums for the upcoming year are X number of dollars for exclusive and X number of dollars for non-exclusive. We will be aware of that when we go into the budget sessions in August. Unfortunately, the negotiating teams over the last several years have not complied with the law. They've concluded negotiations usually in the middle of August or the end of August. They prepare their memo to the governor. The latest I've seen was August 26th. By August 26th, this body has already passed the budget. And we've either used what the governor had in his budget or an amount with an increase in it, but we don't know. We should have known had the negotiating team concluded its negotiations in August, told us it's going to cost us $83 million, then we can put $83 million into the budget. But they've not done that. In fact, the governor sometimes hasn't signed the decision on whether it's exclusive or non-exclusive as late as September the 6th. The budget's already been passed, signed, sometimes by that time. As to that question on the effect of this change, the only effect that I can see that could possibly happen is if some bidder purposely underbid and made a fake bid or a not disingenuous bid, they may want to rescind and cancel, take their bid out. Then we'll at least be dealing with two honest brokers as opposed to three, with one of them being disingenuous and untruthful about how much the cost is, just trying to. But where you submit a bid, you should be submitting a bid, and when you put your signature at the bottom and the name of your company to it, it should be a bid that you're willing to stand by. And if you're doing it purposely just to underbid everybody else, then you're going to have to eat the loss if you get the contract. And we see that all the time in construction contracts. That's the only thing I can possibly address to the two that raised the question about the possible impact. But they've all known that the governor is presented with both, and the governor is the one that makes the decision on which one it's going to be. And whichever one is up to him. And the only thing that this is doing is just saying the most economical is the only one that the negotiating team should present to the governor for his consideration. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I thank my colleagues for their comments, and I hope for their support, and so I move that the bill be placed in the voting file.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On that motion to place vetoed bill number 3-34 COR, notwithstanding the objections of Imagalahin Guahan, into the voting file, are there any objections? There's no objection, so ordered. Mr. Majority Leader, you have the floor. You are recognized.
Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the House rules, I move to go down to the voting file to act on items placed, the vetoed bill number 58-34 and vetoed bill number 3-34.
On the motion to go to the voting file, is there any objection?
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure it's an objection, but and I'm not sure it's a debatable thing, but why aren't we waiting until the end of the session? Are we expecting any more bills to be placed on this session agenda, or were we called in to just address these two items?
I don't believe that motion is debatable, but on the motion, Mr. Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, there are two more bills, but we would, I think it's important that we dispose of these bills this afternoon, because the two other bills may conceivably, we don't know how much time it's going to take to discuss it. It's going to have to be most likely engrossed after our discussion. That could take us into tomorrow. But I think these are two very important bills that should be taken care of and disposed, because it is ready to be voted on now. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion to proceed to the voting file? Senator again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just would like to propose to amend the motion that immediately after disposing of the two pieces of legislation that we revert back to motions, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Atta agrees to amend his motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So to echo then my my colleague, is that after we finish our voting, that we return back to motions and continue with our discussions.
Is there any objection to the motion to proceed to the voting file? If no objection, so ordered.
All right, we are now in the voting file. Notwithstanding the veto of Imagalayan Guaham, should Bill 58-34 be overridden? Roll call.
Senator Atta. Senator Atta, aye. Senator Uggan. Senator Uggan, aye. Senator Castro. Senator Castro, pass. Speaker Cruz. Speaker Cruz, aye. Senator Espadon. Senator Espadon, pass. Senator Esteves. Senator Esteves, aye. Senator Lee. Senator Lee, aye. Senator Morrison. Senator Morrison, nay. Senator Munya. Senator Munya, aye. Senator Nelson. Senator Nelson, aye. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, aye. Senator San Augustine. Senator San Augustine, aye. Senator San Nicolas. Senator San Nicolas, aye. Vice Speaker Talahi. Vice Speaker Talahi, aye. Senator Torres. Senator Torres, aye. Senator Castro. Senator Castro, nay. Senator Espadon. Senator Espadon, aye.
Notwithstanding the governor's veto message on Bill 58-34, Bill 58 received 13 ayes, 2 nays. Bill 58 has been overridden by the 34th Guam Legislature. Notwithstanding the veto of Imagalayan Guaham, should the vetoed Bill 3-34 be overridden? Roll call.
Senator Atta. Senator Atta, aye. Senator Uggan. Senator Uggan, nay. Senator Castro. Senator Castro, pass. Speaker Cruz.
Aye.
Speaker Cruz, aye. Senator Espadon. Senator Espadon, aye. Senator Esteves. Senator Esteves, nay. Senator Lee. Senator Lee, aye. Senator Morrison. Senator Morrison, nay. Senator Munya. Senator Munya, nay. Senator Nelson. Senator Nelson, aye. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, nay. Senator San Augustine. Senator San Augustine, nay. Senator San Nicolas. Senator San Nicolas, aye. Vice Speaker Talahi. Vice Speaker Talahi, aye. Senator Torres. Senator Torres, aye. Senator Castro. Senator Castro, nay.
Notwithstanding the governor's veto on Bill 3-34, Bill 3-34 has received 8 ayes, 7 nays. Bill 3-34 fails to be overridden by this Guam legislature. Mr. Majority Leader, you recognized.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the House rules, I move that we go back to motions.
There being a motion to go back to motions, is there any objection?
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to place Bill number 87-34 and Bill 94 I'm sorry, one moment please. I move to place Bill number 87-34 as introduced on the session agenda.
On the motion to place 87-34 on the session agenda, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I move to place Bill number 94-34 LS as substituted by the Committee on Appropriations and Adjudication on the session agenda.
On the motion to place Bill 94-34 as substituted by the Committee on Appropriations, any objection?
Not an objection, Mr. Speaker, but could you just tell us what the substitute version includes that is different from the original?
The substitute version includes the amendments that were recommended by legal counsel to clarify some issues as to how much of the 175 are available. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
Speaker.
Leader.
Notwithstanding the House rules, I move to waive agenda items 15 through 16.
On the motion to waive 15 and 16, hearing no objection, so ordered.
We are now in second.
We are now in second reading. The first bill on the agenda is Bill 87-34, introduced by Senator San Augustine and co-sponsored by Senator Dennis Rodriguez. Senator San Augustine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues, the Bill 87-34 is pretty simple. There have been many issues brought up with Simon Sanchez, and that as funds were identified earlier in the year.
On the motion to place the bill in third reading with the ability to speak, there being no objection, no, so ordered. You may continue.
Thank you. My colleagues, Bill 87-34 was introduced by myself and Senator Dennis Rodriguez for the purpose of finding funds or identifying funds to repair the school in anticipation of a possible double session in the coming years. It's very simple. We identified $430,000 from the Capital District Fund in hopes that it could be used to repair the schools. I have been approached by my colleagues that they've asked that maybe we could make an amendment to it to allow the flexibility in the bill, and that we have no objection to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. This is an appropriation bill. Will we be convening in the Committee of the Whole? I would ask that we do. According to our rules, it's automatic.
It's automatic unless there's a motion to waive Committee of the Whole. Is there any real need to do Committee of the Whole? Would there be an objection to waiving the Committee of the Whole? Committee of the Whole after the discussions that we had last week with the board and this week?
Mr. Speaker, it's just that this is an appropriation from the Capital District Fund, and I would just like to be able to get at least some information regarding our Capital District Fund, the mortgage that we might be liable for. That information was not available earlier, and I think it may be available now, so I'd just like to confirm whether this money's there and what other obligations this Capital District Fund foregoes.
All right, so for the committee of the whole, is it your intention to just have the executive director of the legislature here for the committee of the whole, or is there anybody else that you wish to be here for the committee of the whole?
If you're asking me, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that at least the chief fiscal officer, if I don't have a preference as to who,
Okay.
but that's what I would suggest.
There's been a request for committee of the whole, calling in the executive director and the chief fiscal officer to advise the body on the status of the Capital District Fund. We'll take a short recess while we get them here. committee of the whole is now convened. The executive director and the chief fiscal officer of the Guam Legislature are here. Just so everybody sees that everybody is sworn in that testifies as it relates to monetary. Just so that everybody realizes that everybody is sworn in as to monetary funds, I will have the two of them sworn in. Thank you very much. Madam Vice Speaker? You had some questions that you wanted to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to find out, this is a bill appropriates from the Capital District Fund, and I just wanted to know what is the status of the Capital District Fund right now.
Currently on our Capital District Fund,
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
our balance right now
I'm sorry,
is...
Mr. Speaker. Can I just, point of information? Because we're discussing Bill number 87, could some of our comments be inclusive of Bill number 94 so that we don't have to come back and regurgitate everything? Or did you want to segregate the two bills?
You can ask for both.
Okay.
I'm not sure that we control cash.
Just so that
really.
we can expedite the discussion.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Currently, our cash in our Capital District Fund as of today is $460,874. That's already taken care of the artwork. Pardon?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you.
Oh, can't hear me? Okay, sorry. Okay, the balance on our Capital District Fund as of today is $460,874. That's the balance right now. Pardon? Can you hear me? The balance on the Capital District Fund right now is $460,874.
Could you please explain what the Capital District Fund is obligated to pay for?
This fund is obligated to pay our mortgage and things that we're obligated to for this new Congress building, like the artwork and the construction.
Could you tell us the status then of the Congress building and the mortgage? And,
Can you repeat that, Senator? I can't
okay,
hear.
you said, could you give us some more detail on the status of the obligation that this money is supposed to be used for? So Congress building construction or what? Or artwork?
Yeah, anything, okay, with this fund is the artwork doing for the, I guess there was a contract for this building, and any repairs for this building is coming out from this fund. This is a restricted fund based on the law, that anything that's going to be used under this fund has to do with the Guam Congress building.
And what about the mortgage? Do we have a mortgage now?
Yes, the mortgage now, our mortgage payment now is $26,600 a month.
Can you give us the details, please? What is the total, and when is that you pay? What is the total due on the mortgage? I remember we had a meeting, I can't remember the month, not too many months ago, and there wasn't a mortgage in place at that time. So if you could just give us all the details.
At that time, we weren't paying the mortgage because we're still under construction loan. So now that it's done, now they transfer it to a mortgage. So right now, our mortgage payment per month, we're paying $26,600. The total mortgage is, our total loan is $4 million plus the, they're charging us interest rate at 5%.
what does this money consist of? Where did it come from?
This money comes from our rental from the post office. We rent, it started since 2008.
So how much do we take in right now? And when does that lease expire?
How much is our rental?
How much are we receiving? Okay, because if we use the 400 out of the,
Okay,
the
right
balance,
now,
and
the
we still have
rental that,
outstanding obligations, I'm curious, how are we going to pay our mortgage at 26,000 a month?
well, it's the part of the rental that we're receiving for the post office, which is 19,000. And then with us moving over here, we were renting that all building for 21,000. So based on the cost savings that when we moved over here, the 21,000 plus the rental that we're receiving for 19,000.
So the 19,000 from the post office lease goes directly into the Capital District Fund
Yes.
and is used to pay for the mortgage, which
Right.
is actually more than that. It's 26. And you're saying we have savings in our operations that you are also going to dedicate towards the mortgage, but they're not in this fund right now.
No, not right now.
Okay, could you be just very specific? Besides the 26,600 mortgage, what amounts do we owe on the building, other obligations? I mean,
Well, right now, the only thing that, like I said, the only thing, everything is reserved based on, as of the balance as of today. We already reserved what we have to pay for the artwork, the remaining balance of the artwork that it would cost 75,000. So the balance right now we're looking at is only 26,000 now that we have to pay the artwork. Then we just paid the construction. We paid 262,000 just this week. The balance of the contractor, we paid them 230,000. So the balance right now for the construction, the retention from the legislature's portion is 35,000. But that's already been accounted for with that 460,000. I already reserved that. So 460,000 really is actual cash that we have available in the Capital District Fund. All the obligation is already accounted for.
The payments to the building have already been completed except for the 35,000 as the retention fee.
Right.
So payments towards the building have already been accounted for and paid, except that 35,000 for the retention. The reason it's 460 or around approximately 460,000 is because the 430,000 was a savings as a result of the cancellation of the furniture at the beginning of this term. So I can't speak for past legislatures, but I know in this term we've only paid 2 checks out for the building, and our final, like Ms. Cruz mentioned, our final payment minus the retention was paid yesterday. So the actual amount that we do have now is the 460,000. It looks like, I may be incorrect, but it looks like they were trying to use out all the money from the past plans.
I don't mean to hog the microphone, but is the legislature, have you relieved the contractor? Are we done? This is the extent of what we're going to get in this building?
Except the retention fee, that there are still some outstanding issues, small minor issues with the building that are still being addressed by the contractor. So that is why the 35,000 is held as a retention fee. But as in regards to payment to the contractor, the final payment was made this week.
Ms. Agnes, that's very simple. You say you got 460,874, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You identified that the post office rental is 19,000. Is there any other revenue that comes into the Capital District Fund?
No, just the rental that's coming in.
So the 19,000 for the many years is what accumulated to today to 460. Is that correct? That doesn't sound right. Something missing here. That's a lot of years to make 460,000.
Well, Senator, this rent was started in 2008. And the
Okay.
funds was there, it's a restricted fund. So the funds could not be used was only dedicated to restore this building.
Okay, and we're complete with that. Am I correct?
Pardon?
Are we complete with that?
Yes, we still have some issue like the director said. That's why we have some retention funds that we're holding back because there's some punch lists that they need to work on things here that they need to fix. But other than that, we're once this thing is done and we pay out the 35,000, then we're done with with the contractor.
So the 460 becomes available is what you're saying?
Yes, yes, yes.
With all the payments projected? Okay.
With all the obligation for this building, for the construction, and it's already all there. So the remaining balance cash that we have right now in the Capital District Fund is 460,000.
But Ms. Agnes, just project, are you projected already the following 7 more months for the year? The 26 times 6, for example?
Well, see, we get the rental money every month, 19,000, right?
Understood.
Okay. So the savings that we had based on the old legislature building was the 21,000. So that will make up with the short of the mortgage payment under the Capital District Fund. So all we need to do is they'll just transfer money from central operation, that's central, to the Capital District Fund to pay the mortgage. But we already have that 21,000 every month, which I know there was a resolution that cost savings there was supposed to be transferred to another fund, and anything else that's going to be used by that, it has to be by resolution to approve that. So that was part of the agreement on the resolution. So basically, the funds there is the cost savings there on the rental on the old legislature building is already restricted, that should apply to the mortgage and anything else that we need here in the Capital District Fund, based on the resolution that was passed on the last COR meeting, I think on like March.
Ms. Agnes, I'm just trying to follow you because you talk about 2 different accounts. We're talking about Capital District Fund, correct? You receive 19,000 out of that same account. You're required to pay 26,000.
Right.
Okay. Now you talked about another account, right? That you have to draw money from there to cover the difference of the 19 of a total of $7,000, right? Because 19 and 7 is 26. Okay. So where's that other money coming from? I'm just curious because you seem to be juggling money, and I like what you're doing.
No, we're not juggling money, Senator. To let you understand that when we're on that old building, the lease payment is coming out from central operation. Okay, so when we do all this budget, we give you guys a lump sum budget. So central operation at a lump sum budget that includes the senatorial salaries and the rental. So when we moved over here, okay, what we did was the cost savings that for the 6 months or more than that, there was a resolution for that 126,000 for the remaining of the fiscal year. There was a resolution that will restrict that 21,000 per month, 126,000, to subsidize the shortfall of the rental money under the Capital District Fund. So all we need to do is transfer that cost savings from central operation to the Capital District Fund based on the rental money that we were paying for that building before we moved over here.
Come September, Ms. Agnes, do we still have a saving because the fiscal year is over?
Well, come September, it depends on how our budget, are they going to cut our budget or are they going to go status quo? So that really depends on the decision of the body if we're going to cut our budget in regards to this. So we got to look at that. We have to consider that yes, our mortgage is, our rental is 19, so we have to factor in that shortfall with the central's budget in regards to that. But if we go status quo, we'd be okay in regards to paying the mortgage.
Thank you, Ms. Agnes. Can this 430,000 be applied to
the mortgage?
Yes.
And this would also be sufficient to carry us through maintenance, operations, repairs to the building?
The 30,000?
430,000?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, when does the post office lease expire?
It ends in August of 2018. We renew this every 5 years.
And the 21,000 that we're saving from the other rent building that we're not renting, but didn't we also change the number of senators that have to rent outside? So that also has to be offset.
Yeah, it can be offset on that.
And so it's a little less than 21,000, depending on how many senators, difference from the other legislature. And I'm not, I'm not a banker, but what is this 5% rate, I guess? I just want to know, how does that compare to, maybe Mr. Speaker, how does that compare to rates that we are getting throughout the
Well,
government?
that's the interest rate that Bank of Guam gave us. I mean, we got a very good rate, really, based on the mortgage. 5%, yeah.
That I don't know. Okay. Thank you.
Just real quick, there was also, I remember, discussion about savings from utilities, right? From based on what we paid there, because we were paying how much, 21,000 for rent? And then we had also a significant amount for power,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
So how much
yeah.
of the savings and where's that
Well,
going?
right now, our power went down by maybe 2,000 less versus over there and here. But our water is still pretty much because of landscaping. But eventually, our utilities will go down in regards to that. Yeah.
Were there any items left by the contractor, such as making the doors accessible with that, the button that people can get in?
Senator, I'm sorry, Vice Speaker, that was not included in the original work order. Again, I can only speak to what happened this term because it was handled by the previous executive director and the previous committee on rules chair. But when we had spoken with not just the contractor but also the Guam Preservation Trust, which was a partner in this project, they said that the building met all the specifications that were necessary for it to open. Now, coming into this term, we did look at those issues, and those were additional expenses that we would have to incur on top of what was already signed and due to the contractor. So if we're to use that money, we could use some of that money to from that would be left in the Capital District Fund to address those issues. And if the Capital District Fund did not have enough money to entertain those issues, then we would have to use the Central Operations account. Just to make it clear, the two accounts, we cannot touch the Capital District Fund for any operations for the legislature. The Capital District Fund, the money that was in there or is in there, goes towards the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the Guam Congress building. And the money, just to address Senator San Augustine's question, and Senator Rodriguez to an extent, the $19,000 that we get from the post office automatically goes into the Capital District Fund. Now, the $21,000 that Ms. Cruz was referring to was the anticipated savings we had or she budgeted for in terms of the rent that was not that was being paid at the old legislature building. Now, in March, Resolution 69 was passed by the Committee on Rules, which set aside that anticipated savings of $21,000 that was being spent before on rental. It set aside, I believe Vice Speaker Terlahi was the one that introduced that amendment, but it set aside the $21,000 over the course of the next 6 months or the final 6 months of this fiscal year. So $126,000 was reserved for a specific purpose. I don't know the exact wording, but I know it goes towards some of the maintenance issues or the security issues or the renovation issues that the building has that's not originally covered by the contract that was signed with in the original project. So the $19,000 that we get from the post office is going to go for until the lease ends, and then hopefully we renew the lease. But that $19,000 will go towards the mortgage payment. The central operations will have to, once the capital district can no longer cover it, central operations will have to cover the rest of that payment. So we will transfer the money from the central operations account to the capital district fund to pay for that purpose. But that's the only expense after all the money that's already in the capital district fund is expended. While we still have that stream from the rental of the post office, the central operations fund will be subsidizing that or paying off the remainder of that $19,000 for the $26,600 that we owe towards the mortgage.
Speaker, so, so Ms. Chris, Agnes, thank you. So 2008, when was the fund was established, 2008, so since then, every month, we deposit 19.
Well, the rental.
It was less back then.
Yeah,
So
it fluctuates
okay.
every
So what
5
was
years.
the amount that it generated until such time when we needed to use it? Because we only used it now when the building was being restored, right?
Right.
So what was generated, and was it in a savings account? Was there interest generated?
No, it was it's on a checking account, interest checking account.
Interest-bearing
Yeah,
checking
yeah.
account?
Yeah, because there's a law. When we went into this contract with the post office, there was a law that all the rental money, we should open a capital district fund, which is restricted. So
Yes.
those funds cannot be used for any legislative operation.
So, but it was not in a savings. It was
No,
in
no,
an
it
interest-
wasn't a savings because if you look at the savings, the interest is very minimal. Same thing with the checking. We look into option of
So for
investment.
those years that it's been in the
Right, yeah.
account, we've never accrued any significant
Yeah,
amount.
we went up to like over $1 million for all this. Yeah. We had over $1 million in there.
So we made over $1 million
We made over $1 million.
from interest.
Yeah, plus interest.
Okay. Thank you.
My question's for the executive director. Mr. Alerta, as executive director, you recommended in your testimony of Bill 94 that money could go from salary reductions towards paying off the Congress building debt. Is the capital district fund usually where we pay the debt?
You're referring to the mortgage, right? That was, I look back at that letter that I wrote for Bill 94, and it was used as an example. In hindsight, it was a poor example on my behalf, and I apologize for that. But it's the capital district fund that pays the mortgage.
Did you provide the same testimony, the same recommendation introduced, to other pieces of legislation that puts the capital district fund and appropriates it for other purposes?
The reason with Bill 94 that I decided to provide testimony and not on the other bills that were discussed in last week's public hearing was in speaking with our chief fiscal officer, I wanted from the fund that was, or from the money that was being sought in Bill 94, my intention was to find an amount that the legislature could budget for because it was not specified in the bill. In that process, I used a poor example in terms of saying that any savings from the implementation of the overridden bill number 4-34 could go towards the savings. I was mistaken on that part. But that is the only reason I provided testimony on 94 was because I wanted, for our accounting purposes, for the legislature's central operations fund, was to find out how much we would need to budget for if that money was to be used elsewhere.
The funds that would be de-appropriated and appropriated via Bill 94 are cost savings from what would have otherwise been salary and benefits, correct? So that would not harm central operations or staffing, correct?
Correct, because that's already been budgeted, so that would not.
you still have enough funding in central operations to handle outstanding operational needs that were budgeted for, including safety, security of the building, and ethics committee expenditures, correct?
Correct, because remember that resolution, that cost savings for the rental on the old building, that's already reserved for mortgage, for things that we need here and on this building.
Okay,
What
thank
you're
you.
talking differently is the cost savings on the senatorial salaries reduction.
So just wants to you both.
Senator Nicholas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that there's a little confusion, and I'd like to take the opportunity to clarify it with our Chief Fiscal Officer and with our Executive Director. The Capital District Fund has one primary purpose, and that's to serve as the clearing account for the financial expenditures related to the building.
Yes.
Now, the Capital District Fund had, from that single clearing account, it actually finances two types of cash flow. The first is the fixed costs, which were the construction of the building and the procurement of the fixed assets.
Yes.
The second is the recurring costs. And those recurring costs, namely, is the mortgage. We could even technically pay utilities out of that if we wanted to, but technically it's the mortgage.
Yes.
Now, when budgeting, we typically match fixed costs to fixed assets or fixed, cash basically, and we will match recurring costs to recurring assets. So, for example, with a mortgage, you would pay that mortgage with the rent.
Right.
And so as the rent comes in, you pay the mortgage, and that becomes a recurring, where you're matching the recurring revenue stream with the recurring cost.
Right.
Now, the recurring revenue stream from the post office is $19,000. The recurring cost from the mortgage is $26,000. And so to subsidize the difference, we're using the operations budget of the Legislature in Guahan, which is outside of the Capital District Fund. We're using that $7,000 to make up for the difference.
Right.
Now the reason why we're able to access that $7,000 is because that operations budget was actually also funding the rent from the previous building.
Right.
Now the previous building's rent was not being paid by the Capital District Fund.
No.
So we've been paying $21,000 from the operations account of the Legislature.
Right.
And so now what we're going to be doing is, instead of paying $21,000 in rent going forward, we're going to be only spending $7,000 in mortgage.
Right.
And so the overall savings will be a $14,000 savings from what we were spending previously on rent.
Right.
Now, the question about rolling back of salaries, the rolling back of salaries would save us, based on the proposed legislation, $150,000 for the remainder of the term.
Remainder of the fiscal
I'm sorry,
year.
remainder of the fiscal year.
Well, it's $180,000, Senator, that's salary and the benefits, because the benefits will go down. So total of $180,000 up to the ending of the fiscal year.
How much per fiscal year are we going to be saving with that rollback?
Well, about $500,000, because I think I did FY18 based on what the current salary and the old salary. So maybe like $500,000.
So about $500,000 over 12 months.
Yeah.
And divided by 12 months, that comes out to $500,000 over 12 months, and that comes out to $41,000 a month in savings, just in rolled-back salaries. Now, that $41,000, $7,000 of that could go to covering that $7,000 difference in the difference between the mortgage and the rent that we're receiving.
Yes.
So but those are just, and I'm just bringing this up because it's important for us to, as we go through the conversation, understand the difference between cash flow and fixed assets. The $430,000 in Bill 87, that original amount, as testified earlier by the Executive Director, was supposed to go to pay for furniture for the building.
Yes.
That is not a recurring cost.
No.
That was a one-time cost, and so in reversing that, we've realized that $430,000 savings. Now, hypothetically, if we did not reverse that, what would the balance be in the capital district fund today?
30,000.
It would just be $30,000. And we would still have a $19,000 mortgage to pay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, $26,000 mortgage to
26,000,
pay.
yes.
With $19,000 in rent covering it and $7,000 in operations subsidizing. So no matter what happens with that $430,000, whether it bought furniture, whether it goes to what it's used for in Bill 87, or whether it finds a different purpose for that $430, all else would have still been equal.
Yes.
So on the question of Bill 87, the question becomes now for the body, what do we believe as a body is the highest and best use for that? And we'll have that discussion after we've concluded with you. But on the question of Bill 94 and the utilization of that those salaries for the purposes in that bill, I want to talk about now cash flow, because the $430,000 is there sitting in the account. The $150,000, is that sitting in an account, or are we waiting for the allotments from DOA?
Well, right now, the last allotment that I received is up to May. So, of course, I haven't received June, July, to the end of the fiscal year.
And so the salaries that we receive, we pay those salaries, again, that's a recurring expense.
Yes.
Paid from recurring cash flow, but this time that recurring cash flow comes from allotments from DOA.
Yes.
So the intent of Bill 94 is intending to provide money for the repairs of Simon Sanchez, another additional provision of cash. But that money isn't there yet, because it only comes in when the allotments come in.
Yes.
So on what schedule do our allotments come in from DOA?
They give it to us twice a week on the allotment, twice a week, bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly.
Yes.
So of that $180,000 that we're saving from the rollback of the raises with the override of Bill 4, how much of that in allotments are we looking at receiving between now and before the opening of the school year, like before, let's just say September? So from June, July, August, we're looking at...
So we're looking like 4 months.
Okay, let's say 4 months.
4 months, right.
So about 8 different allotment schedules. And the amount over those 8 cycles is not $150,000.
No.
How much is that? How much is that?
Well, we get like 300-some thousand by week. Like we get like 700,000 a month.
No, but over the course of that period, in terms of strictly speaking towards the savings from the rollback of the raises.
Right.
Because the full amount from the rollback's effective date until the end of the fiscal year, October 1, that's $180,000 salaries and benefits. Right. And so just assuming it's June, July, August, September, October, that's 5 months, 4 weeks each. That's 20 weeks divided by 2. That's 10 different, 10 biweekly pay periods. So we have $180,000 divided by 10 is $18,000 every 2 weeks. And then we have June, July, and August. That's 12 weeks, so that's 18,000 times 6. So it's probably $108,000 in real cash that we would have been allotted between now and before the end of the school year. And the reason why it's important that we're having this conversation again to fully understand the difference between cash flow and actual cash in the bank is, if we're trying to appropriate money to inject it into Sanchez to pay for these immediate repairs, there's a big difference between an appropriation and cash. We can appropriate the 150, but based on that same allotment schedule between now and the end and the beginning of the school year, they still will have only received 108. And even then, that would have all come in over the course of the entire 12-week period, not just all up front starting June 1st. So just for my colleagues to just bear in mind when we're discussing Bill 87 and Bill 94, there's two very key differences. The first is that Bill 87 does have $430,000 in available cash. If we are going to spend that on emergency repairs, it technically is available. Whether or not we feel that it's the best use of that money is something that's debatable, but we'll have that conversation later. On Bill 94, it's appropriating $150,000 for emergency repairs, but the only real cash that will be available between now and before the opening of the school year is at best approximately $108,000. So we're going to need to perhaps reconsider the amounts if it's going to actually be used for its intended purposes of funding the emergencies. But again, we have to be mindful of the purpose of the money to begin with. And I wanted to have a conversation about the $430,000, the actual cash that's there. The furniture that we were going to purchase with that money, what would you say would have been the useful life of that furniture if we had purchased it?
I think maybe 10 years.
10 years?
10 years. I mean, the furnitures that we have here is more than 10 years.
That was my next
About
question.
20 years.
That was going to be my
Some
next
of these
question.
furnitures are here before I came here, so maybe 20 years.
Yeah, how long have we been able to get this stuff to last? About 20 years,
20
right?
years.
So
We
the
still
useful
have the
life,
furniture. Maybe it's more than 20 years, but...
the useful life of that $430,000 would have been between 10 and 20 years. Now, colleagues, just bear in mind that if we expense this $430,000, this building's getting torn down in 2 years. The reason why we canceled this furniture order and made the effort to save this money is because we wanted to get a better value for the people than brand new furniture, even if we would have made it last as long as 20 years. It lasts longer, by the way, than a DOE school bus. Now, if we're instead going to use that money for a 2-year repair of a school, you know, we really need to weigh out just how compelling the case is for that repair. Are there other alternatives that would perhaps even be better for the populations that we're trying to serve with that alternative? Would it be better for them to actually get double sessioned at Ukuru and be in a brand new school for those 2 years? Or double sessioned at JFK and be in a brand new school for 2 years? Versus patching up the floor of a temporary classroom and staying in that.
Madam Speaker, point of order. We're here to discuss Bill number 94 and 87, and I think we just need to stick to the topic at hand.
Madam Chair, I'm talking about Bill 87.
We're on 87.
Oh,
and
87, but I
no,
mean-
the speaker allowed that they would discuss both bills at the same time.
Yes, exactly.
With the,
But I'm saying that we state a topic, not, we don't need to waste anyone's time here promoting other agendas and other bills. We're here to talk about.
Point of
87
personal
and
privilege,
94
Madam
right now.
Speaker.
you may proceed
We're in
with
the
your
committee of
debate
the whole right
or
now,
your
so-
questioning. Do you have any other questions, please?
You know, when we're talking about a bill that's going to use money to repair the school, I think it's very relevant that we're talking about what we're getting when we repair the school versus the alternatives of not. So using that money to repair the floor of a temporary classroom that's going to be torn down in 2 years versus the use of that money that could have been used for furniture for 20 years, I mean, it really begs the question, are we putting the highest and best use of that money for the benefit of our people? And so I really appreciate the answers that are being provided by our fiscal team, and I appreciate the sacrifice that Legislature has made for this money. The only missing component now is whether or not we're going to put it to the use that it was intended with respect to the sacrifice. Did we sacrifice a 10 or 20-year fancy furniture investment for a 2-year floor and a temporary classroom investment in a school that really is unsuitable for our students to stay another day in? And are we going to actually do the right thing and encourage that they get double sessioned at one of the new schools, which, by the way, based on the testimony provided by the Department of Education, will cost an estimated $75,000 a year. So over the course of those 2 years, we're looking at $150,000 in cost, which, by the way, would be a recurring cost, which would be an appropriate use of the rolled back pay raises because those would have been a recurring savings. So are we going to spend $150,000 in recurring savings to double session students at a new school, or are we going to spend $580,000 to fix the floor of the temporary classroom and stick them right back into that same school for 2 years. That is the decision that's before our body today with respect to Bills 87 and Bills 94. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Speaker Cruz, you're recognized.
Now I'm confused and concerned. Ms. Cruz, when you said that at one point we had $1 million in the Capital District Fund, I assumed that that included the $460,000 that you have currently, plus the $430,000 that was going to be used for furniture. Am I incorrect?
Senator, okay, on the Capital District Fund, we had over $1 million, okay? So the 437,000, that was included on the $1 million in regards to the furniture.
So if we appropriate this $437,000 to DOE for the purpose of fixing Simon Sanchez, we will still have $460,000 in our account.
No, Senator. Right now, when on that 437,000 in regards to the furniture, okay, that went back to the Capital District Fund. We didn't use that because they refused for us to pay for the furniture. So that 460,000 is within that 460,000. So if we take the 460,000 and then we take out the 430,000 that we're going to give Simon Sanchez, that leaves us a balance of the Capital District Fund for $30,000.
So you mean to tell me that as the executive director and as the chief financial officer, that the two of you did not advise any of the rest of us that the appropriation of this $430,000 would have only left us $30,000 in operating funds to be able to pay the mortgage going forward in the event that we didn't get our weekly allotments? We would have been left not being able to pay the mortgage?
Speaker, the cost savings that we did for the 6 months starting in January when we moved, February when we moved over here. So we have that 21,000 cost savings from the rental from that old building. So we have that set aside for the mortgage payment for the mortgage payment for this building.
And so the budget that you're proposing for the legislature for the upcoming fiscal year will include the full mortgage or the mortgage minus $19,000 a month?
We're going to, the mortgage payment. That's
Minus
all.
19.
Minus 19. So we're going to only ask additional at least $8,000 a month.
I am still really concerned. On the day that the Bill 35 was introduced, how much was in the Capital District Fund?
You're asking about a different bill now, Mr. Speaker.
I understand, but
Okay.
Bill 35 and came from 87. And the day that at least I was able to see both be supportive of the bills, because I thought that we still would have had $460,000. I would never
Speaker,
take myself down to $30,000 with a $26,000 monthly mortgage payment.
Okay, Speaker, on that 437,000, that's already accounted for based on for this new building. that was already considered. So even if we didn't appropriate this money to Simon Sanchez, our capital district fund will come down to 30,000 if we go in and continue on buying the furniture. That's what's going to happen.
I understand, but the thing is as the chief financial officer, you were willing to give up $437,000 knowing that it would only leave us barely enough for 1 month mortgage in the event that we didn't get an allotment?
No, because they've already given us our allotment all the way up to May. So we have already that 21,000 from March, April, and May. So we have like 62,000 already reserved for the mortgage payment. We already have that aside in the Central Operation Fund. We put that aside.
What a frightening way to operate.
Pardon?
What a frightening way to operate. I cannot believe that neither one of you spoke up and said that the reduction of $430,000 would have left us barely enough to make a mortgage payment, plus some savings that you would be receiving. It would seem to me that you would want to, I could see it if we were at 860. The giving up 430 and going down to 460 might have been, but acceptable. But on the day that this whole thing started, I don't know that we had 437,000. Yes, it was. I thought it was a completely separate account that had been taken out of the Capital District Fund and had already been committed to the furniture. And that savings would have been separate.
No.
You mean the day that we came into this building, we only had $7,000 in the Capital District Fund if we had purchased the furniture?
Yes, Speaker, if this was just the status quo based on the furniture and all these change order, really, our Capital District Fund will be just 30,000. That's based on the last term when they had all this. It came down that we exceeded the loan. We exceeded the loan by $1.something million because of all the different other things that we needed here in this building.
But as the chief financial officer, weren't there other things that we needed for this building?
Yes, Senator. Speaker.
I thought I received a electronic rules resolution asking for my signature on a $1.4 million electronic system for the building.
No, Mr. Speaker, if I may, you referenced Bill 35. In the fiscal note for that particular bill, BBMR sought any financial, information that we had, and it should be included in that particular bill. When they asked for the fiscal note on that bill, I'll just read the second part of the paragraph. As of today, this is March 15th, the letter dated March 15th. As of today, the fund, the Capital District Fund, contains $1,238,453.27. Please be advised that the legislature has a pending payment in the amount of $474,304.98. So we've paid, at least in my time here in the 34th Legislature, we've paid 2 payment applications towards the restoration and rehabilitation of the Guam Congress Building. Those are numbered payment applications number 17 and 18. So payment number 17 was in the amount of $474,304.98. That should be included in the fiscal note for the committee report on Bill 35. So it went down, I don't do the math right now, but it went down to I'm not sure. The 1.2 minus 470. And that left the remainder with,
What about payment number 18?
So what was it, what else was taken out of that?
What's payment number
Payment
18?
number
Almost
18.
600,000,
the payment number 18.
700.
Out of the capital district fund, we paid application number 17 and number 18 because there's not
How much
enough.
was that?
There's not enough funds. There's not enough money in the because they already dispersed there wasn't enough on the loan. So the 474 and the 262,000 came out from the capital district fund. Other than that, it came out from the loan from Bank of Guam.
If I may recap, on March 2017, it was reported we had 1.2 million in the Capital District Fund. They have since spent 474 to the contractor on payment number 17. And then again, payment number 18 was $262,000. That brings us down to the 460 that we have today.
Yes, no, that's
460.
we only paid 230 and
Oh, sorry, not 262, but 230. So 1.2 minus 474,000 minus 230,000 gives us a balance of 460,000 approximately today.
And just to clarify, there was no $1.4 million expenditure for, I'm not sure where that number or that particular item came from. There was a $1,000, about a $1,300, $1,600 payment that was submitted to the Committee on Rules for the fence for our generator area. But that is the only other expense.
Was that the electronic?
I don't believe there was any resolution sent out regarding electronic signage or...
No, not electronic signage, but there was a rules resolution that was circulated which asked for an electronic signature. I know that it happened because I'm not adept at the use of those kinds of things, and so I had to try to figure out how to get my vote in because I didn't want to not vote.
That item, the only item
Point of order,
I believe
Madam
is...
Chair. I'm the rules chair. I don't recall
fence.
a single resolution being circulated, at least that originated from me, with respect to electronic locks to the tune of $1.4 million. If there was a rules resolution circulated, it wasn't by the rules chair. And if there is any rules resolution out there that's circulating to that regard, I really would like to receive a copy because I have not seen one.
Mr. Speaker, you're recognized.
Is there such a resolution that's been circulated? Is anybody in the body aware?
I'll go back in my records to find it, but
There was one for the $1,000 for the fence for the generator.
Yeah.
According to the executive directors, that's all we're confirming unless anyone else in the body has any other information. Mr. Speaker, you're recognized.
it's been clarified that we will now have 30,000 going forward. And if there is some crisis and we don't get our allotment, we will not have sufficient funds to pay mortgage. I would have thought...
Just point of information, Madam Chair. Just for clarification's sake, and I guess just to reiterate, the reserves that we have in the Capital District Fund will be $30,000 if this bill passes, or if any other appropriation expense at $430,000. The mortgage is paid from $19,000 in lease payments from the post office, which will be a recurring revenue stream. If there ever will be a shortfall, it will be for the $7,000 that we're going to be subsidizing from the operations account. The operations account has its own reserve balance. And so if there are any allotment disturbances with respect to the money that we're receiving from the Department of Administration, the mortgage will continue to get paid because we still have reserves on the operations account, which is a separate fund of La Estructura. It would be nice to continue to retain that reserve. I know that there's been some legislation introduced to try to tap that reserve as well. And, we can have a conversation about the wisdom of depleting all of our reserves. But with respect to the Capital District Fund, we will have sufficient revenue within the fund to pay for the $19,000 portion of the $26,000 mortgage, and we will have sufficient revenue and reserves to subsidize the $7,000 prospectively for the foreseeable future.
Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you. I guess I'm just old school, and I always thought that you should have 4 months of mortgage in a savings account in the event you lose your job, so that you can cover those months until you get a new job. And to leave yourself open that way, I'm shocked.
Just point of information, Madam Chair, just to reassure the body. The reserves in the operations account, if I could ask the Chief Financial Officer to share that figure. How much do we have in reserves in our operations account?
Currently, we have the Central Reserve Funds. We have 300-some thousand in there.
And just to clarify, for the benefit of the body, at $26,000 a month times 4 months is $104,000.
Right.
So we have more than 4 months' worth of reserves to make rental payments. And that is inclusive of the $19,000 that we would be receiving anyway from the post office. So our reserves are adequate to meet our foreseeable needs for the mortgage payments. Just to be clear, this is not my endorsement to Bill 87, but it's just a clarification that our financial position is still sound if we were to
and
apportion
we
these
have the 3 months of the 21,000 reserve that we had for the rental. So right there, that's reserved for the mortgage, the 21,000. So we already have like 3 months there reserved for the mortgage payment or the Capital District Fund.
What is your biweekly cost for payroll if the allotment isn't provided? That's why I thought the Capital District Fund was for the building, and the operations, the money that we get from the allotments from the executive branch is for our operations.
Right, but Speaker, for this fiscal year, like I said, we budgeted for the rental for the old legislature building. That's where the cost savings that we reserve to use for the mortgage payment. Our biweekly payroll, I think, is like $250,000 biweekly.
Thank you.
Will be less now with the reduction of the senatorial salaries. 252,000.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick. You said how much is on the reserve account?
Right now on the Central Reserve Funds, we have like 300-some thousand.
And that's where our the source for our salaries come from as well?
No, not the reserve, because we have two separate accounts.
No, from the central. From central.
Well, yeah,
operations.
senator salaries comes
And that
out from
reserve-
central operations
and
budget.
that reserve is central's reserve.
Right, that would be, that's
So
100.
just to go back, because we're talking, I know we can talk about both here, Bill 94, when we talk about 150,000, and it was explained earlier that technically, I guess we would get that 108,000 between now and the end of September. Zachary talked about $108,000 allotment from the savings of our salaries, right? But in reality, we do have the capability, we do have the resources available if we needed to pay off the $150,000 if this bill passes.
Well, if we're looking at cash, we could, but then we're looking at based on the allotment release.
Okay, no, I'm
For
just looking
basic,
at
the
cash.
actual cash.
And
we
the
won't
cash,
have
so
that
you have-
till, because like I said, we only get our allotment release on a biweekly basis. So if we're looking to get these cost savings for the reduction of the senatorial salaries we made it from June 2nd all the way to the end of the fiscal year. So we only got our allotment for May. So we're looking to make sure that we got the actual cash on the cost savings on the senatorial salaries, we need to get our allotment all the way to the end of the fiscal year. I think that's what.
Thank you. Any other senator have any questions? Senator San Augustine? May I just ask you one more question? What is the total of the 5% interest that we will be paying on this mortgage? What's the total?
I can get you that information.
It's
Vice Speaker, I have it in my office based on the 5% interest rate. What's the total interest all the way to the end of the...
How many years? 30?
We're looking at, I think, 22 years or 20, I'm not sure. But I know it's...
And Mr. Director, besides the ADA doors, what else do you have on that list that you think we're supposed to take care of in this building?
All these things come with a cost, and that's what we take into mind when we I guess look at the building and what are some of the needs that some of the senators expressed to us. We're taking those into consideration, and there are security measures that we're looking at implementing. The ADA compliance with the entrances. Those are just some of the ones, and then there's just a few maintenance issues that we haven't squared away onto how much or to what extent we're going to need to purchase our own equipment. So a lot of those amounts are not finalized yet, but we're soliciting some quotes from some of the vendors here on island, but always in the back of our mind is how much we're going to be looking at spending if these things are implemented. So that's why we speak at length, me and the Chief Fiscal Officer, just trying to figure out if there's enough money to do some of these upgrades. But the ADA compliance entrances and some of the security measures that are being discussed for this building.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Senator Nelson.
No, I just wanted to say thank you very much, Ms. Agnes and Mr. Alerta, for coming out here and being forthright with the information. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker? Sorry, Senator Argan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Speaker. Just looking at the legislation, Bill number 94, there were comments made a little earlier about having to receive the full allotment for fiscal year 17 to be able to realize the cost savings. But the way the language is written here in Bill number 94, should this become law, the full amount is automatically deappropriated and reappropriated to DOE. So how would you effectuate the implementation of this law? Or would it be the responsibility of DOA to be able to remit those funds?
Well, I think, Senator, what DOA is going to do with that, because it's a current fiscal year appropriation, what they're going to do is they're going to reduce our appropriation based on once that bill becomes a law. They've done that before. They'll go back and they will reduce our appropriation on a bi-weekly basis. But once that, they'll make the appropriate entries that they'll go ahead and reduce the legislative operations appropriation by whatever amount that you guys are going to reappropriate.
But then that may defeat the entire intent of Bill number 94 in terms of getting the resources to DOE, because DOA, based on the anticipated allotment, could work that schedule versus ensuring that the $150,000 is automatically transferred over to DOE. Unlike Bill number 87, where the cash is in the bank, it's being administered out of the legislature, so you would cut a check, remit it to DOE following the passage of this legislation into law, versus, and a lot of it is contingent, Madam Chair, on how the language is stipulated here. But then my question to you is, if in fact this becomes law, is the legislature, upon passage into law of this piece of legislation, able to remit $150,000 to DOE to carry out the intent of 94? And I say this only because going the process very similar to 87 would ensure that the funds get directly to DOE within a allotted time frame.
Senator, we're not going to cut a check in regards to that when that becomes the law, because what they're doing is they're de-appropriating based on our fiscal year 2017
Ms.
budget.
Cruz,
Now,
I
if it's
understand.
lapses,
Ms.
if
Cruz,
it's-
I understand, but we haven't come to discussing any possible amendments to this piece of legislation. So as is, you're absolutely correct. But if an amendment were to be made, is hereby de-appropriated and reappropriated from the legislature's budget over to DOE, then it would be the responsibility of this body to be able to remit the payments. That's why I'm asking that particular question, because we all know that DOA has significant cash management challenges at this point in time, especially with the health care of our retirees. So if we de-appropriate this, and the money, even upon the closure of the fiscal year, never gets to DOE, then this piece of legislation, should it become law, will not be carried out.
True, because if you're going to go and de-appropriate the reduction of the senator's salaries effective June, just remember that we have not received an allotment. So how can the legislature cut a check and give it to DOE? So what DOA is going to do is they're going to go ahead and de-appropriate, and they would handle that, transferring the funds over to DOE. We've been done that before when they go in there and de-appropriate and reappropriate. The legislature do not cut a check because it's the current fiscal year. So DOA does all that transaction, just reducing the legislature's appropriation, and based on the allotment that they're releasing, they will reduce by that amount.
No, but if the language, just let's say, if the language were to read, 150,000 is hereby appropriated to Legislature in Guahan, is hereby reappropriated to Department of Education. So how would that be processed? Because the appropriation is appropriated to the legislature initially and then taken out of the legislative funds by virtue of this body. So it depends on what the final language is, and I understand. I just would hate to see this body even consider passing this legislation at the end of the fiscal year. The funds are never remitted and the objective not accomplished.
Well, Senator, I don't know how we can do that if we have not received that allotment for that particular quarters for us to pay out DOE if we don't have the actual cash on that.
Well, I think that would be ultimately
that's
the decision.
up to the
no,
body.
No, I understand about the remittances
Yeah.
and about the timing, but you just alluded to reserves in the amount of $300,000. You just alluded to $60+ thousand being set aside specifically for the payment of the mortgage to support the Capital District Fund. So to make that particular statement, if in fact this legislation were to be passed into law in the next week by the governor, does the legislature have the resources to effectuate it so that the check is cut from the legislative branch to DOE? Or are you proposing we maintain the present language in this legislation and not even know whether in fact the funds will be remitted to DOE to address some of the repairs highlighted in the bill? That's the question.
If you're saying if you have the cash, we will have the cash, but we're using the cash before we're using our cash in regards to that if it comes to a law, but then we haven't received the cash for that, the appropriating from that particular month to the end of the fiscal year. So we're advancing that before we even receive the actual cash. But it's really up to the body. I mean, it's really up to the body.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I got the message through in terms of whether, in fact, we want to go the route of allowing DOA that has the challenges of being able to manage cash of this government of Guam and take care of some of the health, medical insurance payments, the personnel obligations, and some of the outstanding vendors, or does this body want to consider appropriating it directly out of the legislature, remitting it to DOE so that they can accomplish the objective behind this legislation? Otherwise, DOA may not ever receive the funds. I'm just saying that's part of the possibility in regards to this particular legislation. Thank you very much.
Senator Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ms. Cruz, when is the next expected allotment release?
Well, we try to call every end of the pay period because they told us to call every end of the pay period. So we do that. There's times that they're able to release our allotment in a timely basis. There's times that because they're unable to do that. So right now, like I said, the last allotment we received is for the second half of May. We haven't received anything for June. So there's times when the allotment is late in regards for DOA to release that. We have cash from our lapses to able to pay, like if we have to do our payroll. See, so basically what's saving us is our cash lapses in regards to pay our obligation like payroll. In regards
And how much is that allotment expected to be?
Well, on a biweekly basis for central operation, we're receiving like 350-some thousand biweekly.
Could DOE reduce the legislative allotment by $150,000 to cover or to provide it to DOE?
Well, that's not DOE, that's DOA.
Yeah, I'm
DOA,
sorry.
yeah, DOA, once this bill becomes a law, what DOA is going to do is they're going to go in there and reduce the budget for the legislature by $150,000. So instead of giving us additional $150,000 on our allotment, they're going to reduce that and then transfer that to DOA. To DOE.
Could our $300,000 reserve cover such an action by a DOA?
It's all up to them if they have the cash.
No, can our reserve
Yes,
cover?
right. We have the cash, like I said, to do that. But we just got to remember that we don't get our allotment on a timely basis sometimes. So what's really saving us in paying our bills and paying our employees is our lapses of our cash.
Understood. And the executive director previously said that this wouldn't harm central operations or staffing. And you both acknowledged that that was true. So I just wanted to reiterate for the record.
The $150,000 that's coming from the central operation.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just so we're on the same page. Thank you.
Only because that amount is already budgeted in terms of the salary that senators were receiving before the implementation of Bill 4-34. So that money, which was previously budgeted, which comes out to about $180,000 for the salaries and benefits for senatorial pay, would now still be technically a part of the legislature's FY17 budget, but with that, if that amount is taken out from the budget, then we'd have to figure out how we would account for that being taken out.
When we do our budget, we factor in salaries and benefits. So the salaries for the senators for that $85,000 was already budgeted for the FY17. Okay, it's already budgeted. But based on cash, we have not received all the cash allotment in regards to the FY17.
Senator Morrison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz and Mr. Alerta. I know, Ms. Cruz, you have a lot of institutional knowledge, and you've been around this legislature for quite some time, and it's my understanding with the Capital District Fund, it's been used outside of its mandate. That's my understanding for other purposes, right? Than for purpose of the operating expenses of the legislature.
We did, at one point, we did use the Capital District Fund for the annual payout lump sum. but then we turned around and they did an appropriation to pay it back. So those are the only two things, that was the only time that we used the capital district fund was to pay out for the lump sum payment. But
Okay.
then it was paid back. They did an appropriation to pay it back.
With these proposals before us, how give us your clear-cut opinion that, you know, we won't be in that situation again. I mean, I know, I'm not sure what the reason was to tap the capital district fund for other purposes outside of its mandate or mandated use, but obviously it happened. And I'm just, as the speaker noted, are you concerned, or despite the reserves, that should something happen, that we've tapped this capital district fund for the purpose of this, keeping this building running, or previous building running, and taking care of the obligations and the staff here at this legislature?
The only thing I know, Senator, in regards when they tapped the capital district fund for the lump sum payment, because there was no appropriation, the lump sum is always done on a separate appropriation every end of the term. So they didn't do that. So basically they came back and they decide to borrow the money from the capital district fund and then do an appropriation to pay it back.
I think it's fair to say, and I mean, knowing you've been around this, I mean, how do you personally feel about these proposals before us? I think it's fair to ask you that question.
That's up to the body, Senator. Really, I have an opinion that's be up to the body.
Senator, if I may, I mean, there are definitely things that this money could go towards. But the use of the money, either if it's in the capital district fund or also in the budget of the legislature, is at the discretion of the members of this body.
No, I understand that, but I just fear we went into the committee of the whole for the purpose to bring in those that are running the operations of this legislature, and certainly we don't want to put your folks in a situation, especially the staff here, that is keeping the day-to-day operations moving. So it's fair to make sure that you guys feel comfortable as well, and we're not jeopardizing any efforts moving forward to keep the people's house running.
Thank you very much, Senator Morrison. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Senator Bisco and then Senator Esteves. Senator Esteves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we talk about this again? I didn't really hear so well on that. When you said there was a time when they were borrowed against the Capital District Fund and paid it back. Can you talk about again what was the amount that was borrowed and lump sum payment for what?
At one point, I think it was 400-some thousand. That's for the annual leave payout. Every end of the term, the employees get paid out with their unused annual leave.
And you also mentioned that the Capital District Fund is a restricted fund.
Yes, it's a restricted fund, but there was a bill that came out in regards to use that fund for the lump sum payment.
I just comment that's interesting. Okay, my other question. Now, with regards to, we're talking about the Capital District Fund, there's $430,000. I understand there have been some savings realized in terms of the central operations, and I'm sure you've already calculated what our projected expenses are going to be based on what we've seen with the last 3 quarters. Do you project within the central operations fund a surplus or savings at the closeout of the fiscal year?
Yes, we're going to have some savings at the end of the fiscal year under Central, like I said, in regards to our power. Our power really went down. Looking at the lease, based on the lease that we're not paying $21,000. Yes, it's coming out like maybe 8,000 or 9,000 out of the central operation to pay the mortgage. But
What's the total are we estimating?
Well, I'm looking at maybe like 100-some thousand or more at the end of the fiscal year for central operation in regards to that.
Okay, and so that's based on what we have right now, or with the assumption. Guess what I'm asking is, if we weren't, as of right now, if we weren't to get the appropriation to close out the year at 108,000, would there be enough in reserves in Central to cover that difference?
Yes, like I said, we have a separate reserve fund under central operation. Right now, we have 300-some thousand in there.
So essentially, the legislature could cut the check for the amount, or based off the remainder of the allotment, and then wait for that reimbursement, which we already been appropriated for example. So if we're already due to get, let's say, 108,000 or 150,000 remainder for the closeout of the fiscal year, then we can cut a check off of the reserves in the good faith that we get the appropriation in order to get the students the repairs they need. Is that something that's possible?
Yes, like I said, we have the cash, but we're like advancing that cash based on de-appropriating the cost savings from the senator's salary.
But we wouldn't necessarily need to de-appropriate. We would just need to appropriate, because that money's coming to the legislature regardless, because, well, should be, because it's appropriated for the legislature in terms of our budget, correct? Which accounted for the salaries at 85,000 and the combined benefits as well. So what I'm saying is the total amount of what the legislature should be getting at the end of the year that should be going to central operations from the general fund is set. So is it possible to not to de-appropriate it from the general fund itself, front the cash from the legislature, and just have that come in regardless, because it comes to a central account, right? Am I correct or am I wrong there? Does it come to a central account when the money comes to the legislature? Does DOA just give okay, here's your allotment, they give it to central operations, and you guys disseminate it based off our internal budget within the branch? Am I correct in that assertion? So again, so essentially we don't even have to de-appropriate it from the general fund. We could just front the cash and wait for the rest to come in since we have enough in reserves?
Well, Senator, that's really up to the body, but normally the process, if you're giving it to another agency, and especially for the fiscal year, we need to de-appropriate to show that our budget for that fiscal year was decreased by that amount because we're giving it to another agency.
Okay, thank you for
And then you need a law to do that.
You need a law to do that?
You need to do it.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you very much, Senator Esteves. Senator Lee, you had a follow-up question? Senator Siniclis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the benefit of the members of the body, because we're now I was going to be providing our quarterly report within the next, towards the close of the month for the second quarter of the fiscal year, but we're kind of really getting into it, and I don't mind at all. Just to clarify, some of the questions that were asked earlier with respect to the utilization of the Capital District Fund, I just wanted to, for the record, make it very clear that that was in the prior legislature. This Committee on Rules and the has not at any point in time utilized the Capital District Fund for any other purpose other than what's stated in the law. We follow that to the T. But to speak on that point, the reason why it was tapped in the past was in order for us to be able to make payments for the lump sum payments that get to pay out to employees who terminate at the end of a term. That's how it's always been done. You always pay those things out. What they did, though, was they took, the previous legislature took from the Capital District Fund to pay that and then paid it back with an appropriation. I've come to learn in the course of our last discussion from some of our more senior senators that you typically appropriate that amount to pay for that whenever that amount comes due. What we're trying to do right now, and the reason why, and I would like to tip my hat, by the way, to the Chief Fiscal Officer and the Executive Director, we're trying to scrape together savings everywhere we can find it, to the point where we're using 10-year-old, 20-year-old furniture to do it. Part of that is allowing us to free up some resources for the consideration of spending it elsewhere in this government. But another part is for us to be able to establish a reserve necessary to not only meet our payments in case there's any kind of delays, but to build up that reserve so that when the bill comes due for our lump sum, we don't need to worry about an appropriation. We don't need to worry about where we're going to get the money from. We're going to have it. That's pretty much what we're tracking to try and do with our money that's being reserved in the operations side. If there's any compelling reason to tap into that, again, as the Chief Financial Officer and the Executive Director so correctly stated, that is up to the discretion of the body. As the Rules Chair, who's responsible for overseeing that, all the finances and everything else like that, the tapping of the central operations reserves needs to be taken very, very carefully. It needs to be very, very carefully considered. Because if there's any delays in our allotments, that's what's going to carry us over until we get our next allotment. As a matter of fact, we should have been due an allotment and we haven't received one, but we're able to continue operating because of those reserves. There are other obligations that are floating around out there that we have funded from these reserves as well, or that we're going to need to fund because they were unbudgeted. Some of them include attorney costs for various commitments from y legislatura, amicus briefs and the like. And so as the body takes on those commitments, we're committed to being able to have the resources to fund it. If we're going to be tapping those reserves for external purposes, we just need to make sure that our position is secure. I can say that with respect to the funding available in Bill 87, not in any way endorsing the funding of Bill 87, but with respect to the utilization of that specific money, it's available. But going above and beyond and actually tapping into the reserves in the operations account, it's only at $300,000. I would not advise that. And there's already been legislation introduced to tap that by another $150,000. It's already introduced. So if we were to move forward with that legislation that was already introduced and convert Bill 94 into a tapping of the reserve as well, or if Bill 94 were to pass and that allotment were never to come in, we would have effectively fully depleted our operational reserves. And as Rules Chair, I would tell you that our financial position at that juncture would become untenable. So the funding in Bill 87, I think that we can healthily debate that. Bill 94, I think, needs to be seriously considered, and I think that we really need to put ourselves into pause mode when it comes to the reserves in the operations account that's been talked about today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Sir Nicholas. Any other questions, inquiries, or issues? Senators, colleagues, Senator Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Cruz, I understand that at times allotments have been delayed or reduced, but do you ever recall a fiscal year in which an expected allotment release was withheld and then we were never made whole at the end of it? Do you recall?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Senator, please?
Sure. Do you ever recall a fiscal year which an expected allotment release was withheld and then we were never made whole? We were never fully allotted that money, or given that money back?
Yes, at one point, Senator. At one point, the allotment, we were like 3 months behind.
Okay.
So like I said, what's really saving us is our cash lapses.
No, I understand 3 months behind, but then at the end of that, you weren't made whole, or you were made whole?
We were okay.
You were eventually made whole?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Vice Speaker Tulay?
Do you always get your full allotment release, your full appropriations, I guess is the question. Can I just ask that again? Does the legislature always receive its full appropriations?
Yes, we always get our full allotment, but there's times that it's after the end of the fiscal year. It's never really, we never get our allotment before the end of the fiscal year. But we do get I'll make sure that we get all our allotment for the fiscal year.
Any other questions or comments? If not, this concludes the discussion Senator Espadon?
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, in terms of that question, we're not concluding the committee as a
No,
whole.
we're not concluding the deliberation on the legislation. We're concluding the discussions with the two expertise, the CFO as well as the executive director from
All right. Thank you,
the
Mr. Chair, 'cause I do have a couple of amendments I need to make.
Okay, no other questions or comments? Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute recess to dismiss these two individuals. Thank you very much for responding to questions.
committee of the whole has reconvened. Senators will take Bill 87 and then Bill 94. Will amend whatever amendments are to be made in 87, and then we'll go to 94, and then we'll rise after having done both. Senator Espadon, I understand you have an amendment to 87.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I do have two amendments, and this would be, first of all, just a clarification. Are we just going to be addressing one bill at a time? That way it would probably be more orderly. So at this point in time, we will be addressing bill number 87.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. The first amendment, both amendments have been passed out. The first one I'd like to introduce would be the one that says Section 2 at the top is amended to read. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to, it's a very simple amendment. In Section 2, we have the wording notwithstanding any other provision of law. However, I want to change that to notwithstanding the provision of Section 79602 of Chapter 79, Title 21, Guam Code Annotated. And the reason for this is because within our discussion, and of course, for those of us who have been here long enough, we know that the Capital District Fund is a special fund. And Mr. Chair, you know that I've always been very hawkish about tapping into special funds. If we are to tap into special funds, in fact, I even introduced legislation just a month ago, again, to see how we can further protect special funds, because as I've explained in other sessions, that these funds were created for a reason, and the reasons are specified in the statutes that created these special funds. Now, the Capital District Fund is basically reads, which is Section 79602, income received pursuant to any lease of property within the Capital District shall be deposited to the Capital District Fund, which is hereby created as a special fund of the Government of Guam and shall not be commingled with any other fund of the Government of Guam, nor subject to transfer by E. Magalahi. The Capital District Fund shall be under the exclusive purview and control of E. Legislatura and shall be dedicated and used solely for the repair, restoration, renovation, or refurbishment of the Guam Congress Building or other Capital District properties in compliance with the Capital District Law, with E. Liheng Parasagan y Legislatura en Guahan and the Historical Preservation Laws of Guam. Expenditure from the Capital District Fund shall be pursuant to legislative resolution and shall not be used for operations. That's basically the law that created the Capital District Fund. So instead of doing a notwithstanding clause for any provision in law, basically I just want to make sure that we're identifying that notwithstanding the Capital District Fund statute, that's exactly what we're doing. Instead of this money staying in that special fund to go to that purpose as is mandated in law, we're going to do a notwithstanding of this specific section only. And that way it's clearly understood. And I'm going forward, and in the past I've done this, and going forward I will continue to do this. If we're going to tap into special funds, and those funds are going to be used for purposes other than what the special fund was created for, then we need to specify exactly what we're doing. So that's the purpose of this first amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you for the clarification on this amendment. On the Espadon amendment, any senator wish to be heard? On the Espadon amendment?
Mr. Speaker, may I recommend a copy of the provisions that he was reading off of?
Oh, I was reading the law that created the Capital District Fund. I can have one made, or I can just give my copy to her, to my good colleague.
Please. We'll take a short recess while you read it. We're back on the record. Any other senator wish to be heard on the first Espadon amendment, clarifying what provision of law we are notwithstanding? Any other senator? Any objection to the Espadon?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker, if the individual that inputted this amendment could clarify subsection 79602 of Chapter 79, Title 21. Can you just read that? I wasn't able to pull up that section. That
He just read it. Reread it again,
Can
please.
you reread it, please?
Yes, I'll reread this. In section 79602, the Capital District Fund, income received pursuant to any lease of property within the Capital District shall be deposited to the Capital District Fund, which is hereby created as a special fund of the government of Guam, and shall not be commingled with any other fund of the government of Guam, nor subject to transfer by E. Magalahi. The Capital District Fund shall be under the exclusive purview and control of each legislatura, and shall be dedicated and used solely for the repair, restoration, renovation, or refurbishment of the Guam Congress Building or other Capital District properties in compliance with the Capital District Law, which is Section 79601, Title 21 of GCA, with E. Liheng Parasagan y Legislaturan Guahan, which is Section 1126, Title 2 of GCA, and the Historical Preservation Laws of Guam. Expenditure from the Capital District Fund shall be pursuant to legislative resolution and shall not be used for operations. In essence, Mr. Chairman, what I'm just saying is that since this bill, Bill 87, intends to transfer monies from the Capital District Fund to purposes other than what the law mandates, that is the reason why I'm introducing this amendment, just to make sure that we're doing it in accordance or notwithstanding what is in the law right now.
Thank you very much, Senator Espadon. Is that clear now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the Espadon amendment? Seeing none, adopted. Senator Espadon, you have a second amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have another amendment, and this is one of the title basically says Section 3 is amended to read. Everybody has it in front of them. Section 3, upon the transfer of funds authorized in Section, and this is where we make the correction, in Section 3, it should be Section 2 of this legislation, the sum of such transfer, $430,000, and this is where we delete the words, is hereby appropriated to the Department of Education, and we replace that with the words, shall be used to fund the following immediate construction needs as described by the Department of Education. And again, the difference was kind of brought up earlier in our discussion that if we give it to the Department of Education and then the fund is, if we transfer to DOE, they first of all may have the purview to use it for other things, whereas if we specify what the funds are to be used for, then that is exactly what's in this bill. And at least by the intention of the author, he wants it specified for certain purposes. I know that he may want to give it a little more flexibility because I know that DOE did ask for flexibility in how they would spend the funds, but my amendment is just to make sure that those funds shall be used for the specific purposes that the author intends them to be used for. So that's my amendment.
Anyone wish to speak on this? Any other senator than Senator Torres?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly am in support of the amendments that is being proffered here insofar as prescribing that the funds is to be used for for the immediate construction needs. But during the public hearing, one of the things that DOE emphasized was to provide them with as much flexibility, provide them with the funds, but provide them with as much flexibility, because they're basically saying that, yeah, here we've got, we need to restore 9 rooms, et cetera, but they also, at the hearing, said, but we also need to address the roll-up door and the gym, because they don't have air conditioning and they depend on being able to open that door and whatnot. So I think the way probably to we can give them that flexibility, and so I would like to make an amendment to the amendment by adding on line 10 of page 2 there, so that line reads, after the amendment, to fund the following, comma, but not limited to, comma, immediate construction needs as described by the Department of Education. And then they describe. So what that language does is it allows they've identified some of the needs already, but if they come up and they say, look, we really need to fix that roll-up door in the gym, then certainly they're not limited to this list of 5 items. So that's part of the amendment to the amendment. The other part to that is, I think that if we remove the dollar amount, so that then we don't run into a situation where when they put this thing out to bid, they find that the lowest bid that comes in for the 9, to restore the 9 temporary rooms, comes up to be $250,000. Then they're going to have this big leftover money, and so I think if we just remove the dollar amount, you can do as many of the immediate construction needs as you identify, and you don't tie them into a specific amount. That way, if they do all these 5 items that they've identified, and they still have $30,000 left, then they can go and find other immediate needs that need to be repaired. So that will be my amendment to this amendment. Well, actually, there's a third part to the amendment.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Senator Escobar.
I have no objections to the amendment. However, procedurally, there can only be one amendment to the amendment. So what the previous mover of the amendment to the amendment basically said, that his amendment would be to put a comma after the word following and insert the words but not limited to. So that would end the discussion on the amendment to the amendment plus my amendment. And then any further amendments can then be made in a subsequent
That's fine.
motion.
So I'll withdraw the other amendments that I discussed earlier, and that would be my amendment to the amendment to line 10.
On the Senator Ada, on the Ada amendment to the amendment, show of hands, all in favor of adding the words "but not limited to"?
Can we discuss the amendment to the amendment?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, if there's anyone who wishes to discuss, Senator Nicholas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the intention of the mover of the amendment to the amendment, in that there may be additional repair items that perhaps the department may want to address. But for me, that raises the question, if we go to page 2 of the overall bill, lines 18 to 20, the whole purpose of those specific repairs is to, quote, ensure that the current students do not have to experience double sessions during construction, end quote. That's written into the bill on that particular line. And if these specific items, which balance out with, that's another other conversation, they don't even balance out. But if these specific items are what's needed to ensure that they do not have to experience a double session, then why are we going to be opening it up for funding other items? For me, it raises the question of, are we even sure of what the specific repairs are that are needed in order to prevent a double session? Because if it was cast in stone, carved in stone, that lines 10 to 16 are the specific items to ensure there's no double session, then opening it up for anything else would actually be deviating from that. And not that there's any problem with that particular amendment per se, but it raises the question of, are we absolutely sure that this bill, inclusive of this amendment, is going to be enough to meet this objective of ensuring that there isn't going to be a double session? Because if these items are in fact necessary, and if these figures are in fact correct, then we don't have any other flexibility to pay for anything else. So I'm not sure if I should pose that question to the mover of the amendment to the amendment or to the author of the bill. But if there isn't any flexibility, if these are specifically what needs to happen, then adding that amendment to the amendment would actually deviate from the purpose. So I pose that question to the body. Hopefully we can get an answer. In that respect, I may need to object to the amendment if there isn't some kind of satisfactory response. Madam Chair.
On the amendment, Speaker Cruz, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. Having conducted the hearing on both 87 and 94, I want to report that, Madam Vice Speaker, you were the one that insisted that they provide you with a listing of what it is that they wanted to have done and the amounts that they thought that they were going to. They came and in the discussion for 94, in the hearing for 94, presented that listing to you of about 12 items. And they assured us at the hearing that they would religiously, because I asked them, would you religiously go down the list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And so I support the ADA amendment, not limited to, because I think it's important that maybe we add 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, as was provided to us in 94, so that if by some reason the temporary restoration is only $150,000 and they have additional money, that we don't limit them to the 5, that whatever their listing was, we give it back to them. And when we get to Senator second amendment on the amounts, which I will also support, that at least we know they will do this in the order that it was specified. I think we have we have precedence in the way that we did this in the same way that I handled the Taft bond, where all the senators had joined in the listing, and GVB had to comply with going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, before they could go on lower. So I support the ADA amendment, and because later we'll ask that we amend it to include the rest of the list, and they do as much as possible, because that's what they told us they wanted to do.
On the ADA amendment to add the words, but not limited to, would anyone else like to speak? On the ADA amendment, by show of hands, all in favor of adding the words?
Madam Speaker, point of information. The amendment is to put a comma after the word following, and then the words but not limited to, followed by another comma. And again, I just state that for the clerk's edification. Thank you.
All right, to add after the word following, a comma, but not limited to, comma, immediate construction. All in favor of the ADA amendment to the Espaldon amendment, please raise your hand. Amendment passes. Senator Espaldon.
No, now I believe it's going to be on the amendment. Madam
Right. Oh, is there anyone else who would like to speak on the Espaldon amendment? Right, I'm asking if anyone wants to speak on that amendment. Speaker Cruz.
The second amendment, the amendment that I would like to recommend would be...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Please state your point of order.
We haven't completely disposed of my initial amendment.
No, we're discussing it now.
Oh, we're going to discuss it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm
I
sorry.
want to amend it, I want to amend your amendment
Yes.
by your listing that we use the list that GDOE gave us last week.
Point of order, and I appreciate what the good speaker is intending to do, but until because I did not amend the listing, what I amended was just the wording. And so once we dispose of my amendment, then a new amendment can be made to add on anything else into the verbiage of the bill.
On the Espaldon amendment, Mr. Speaker, you are still recognized.
Okay. I'll wait until we dispose of.
All right, on the Espaldon amendment, to strike out the words "is hereby appropriated to the Department of Education" and to add the words "shall be used" as amended by Senator Ada to fund the following but not limited to immediate construction needs. On that amendment, is there any objection? If there's no objection, it's so ordered. Senator Espaldon.
That's all for my amendments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the bill? Speaker Cruz?
I thought we were still going to be able to amend his amendment.
You can still amend Section 3.
Section 3, oh, I'm sorry, that's right. So on Section 3, I'd amend it to include the list that was provided to us by GDOE without the amounts, but using the numbers that they had, the priority listing that they had. The first thing would be to restore the rooms, the painting, I thought the exterior painting was number 6. In the committee report for 94, there's a completely different, the listing from 96, from 97, 94, not that one, because exterior painting is separate. I'm sorry, I don't have that copy.
Does anybody need a copy of that, or would you like me to read it out, or are we all right? The list. Okay, so your amendment is the list without the estimated cost amounts.
Correct.
And I'm going to say that the list will then read exactly as it is here, because there are some slight changes. Okay.
Madam Chair, could you read that extra list
Yes.
that was included? Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to start on the top, so you'll see there's a slight change in wording also. Restore temporary rooms times 9 rooms. Number 2, restore rooms 310 and 311. Number 3, modifications to rooms in main facility. Number 4, roof leak repairs. Number 5, AC relocation, repair, replacement. Number 6, barn partition. Number 7, gymnasium installation of mesh wire louver systems. Number 8, gymnasium replace roll-up doors ×2. Number 9, canopy repairs main exterior walkways. Number 10, bus drop-off canopy and drainage improvements. Number 11, exterior painting. Number 12, clearing of property burn curtain rental, parentheses, loading, shredding, grinding of green waste, close paren. Number 13, additional pest control services. Number 14, general maintenance continuity of operations, paren, including pest control, close paren. On that amendment, would anyone else like to speak on Speaker Cruz's amendment? Senator Nicholas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have the amendment in front of me, but I'm assuming what we're doing now is we're taking out all the dollar amounts and we're just giving them a list now of all the things that they need to do. And it becomes further troubling at this point, because if the intention is to provide resources in order to make repairs necessary to prevent a double session, we're going to want to provide the exact amount of resources necessary to accomplish that task. What if we pass this amendment, we pass this bill, the $430,000 is provided, and they're still not able to prevent a double session because the amount wasn't enough? Are we going to come back and ask for more funding? If we don't know the cost of the project, it becomes very difficult for us to accomplish the goal. And what's even more challenging is that we are in a compressed timeline. If we find out that $430,000 or $430,000 plus $150,000 is still not enough, how are we going to find the resources to meet that compressed timeline? And if we appropriate this money and they begin work on it, and then they come back and say, we already spent $400,000, $500,000, and it's not enough, we need another $1.5 million, what are we going to do? Are we going to say, oh, stop, never mind? Or are we going to say, oh gosh, where are we going to find another $1.5 million? And at what point does it become a race against the clock where we're dumping more money into something that we don't even know how much it costs? We need to be very, very cautious about appropriating funds to meet an urgency that we don't even know what the true cost is. Because the days will pass, the clock will continue ticking, the work will begin, the initial funding will become encumbered, and if it all comes out to not be enough, are we going to be scrambling 2, 3, 4 times as fast to try and make right something that wasn't made right the first time, that has only so many days left to actually get it right? This could turn into an urgency spiral that's going to result in us not only potentially wasting the initial amount, even the word potentially is kind of, because it's going to be torn down in 2 years. But we're not even going to be fully aware of what the amounts are. And if the intention is to ensure that there is not a double session, to ensure, that's a very tall order. So I raise a serious concern about appropriating a fixed amount to an unknown cost in a very narrow timeline to achieve a specific objective. It just has a lot of room for error. So I needed to voice that for the record with respect to this amendment, because what it does now is it basically takes out the dollar amounts and it leaves it open-ended. We now will not know how much this is going to cost, and we're going to be committing $430,000 to start something that we don't know if it's going to be enough to finish it.
On the amendment, Senator Ada.
I recall that during the public hearing, of course, when they talk about, well, if we don't do this, we're going to end up having double session. I think that is something that all of us can understand and really, envision in our mind. But it seems that we're kind of overlooking the fact that you know what really the problem is there, and that they're asking the money for, is to make the necessary repairs so that they can make available an environment that is safe and is conducive to conduct the educational activities at Simon Sanchez High School. And I can't believe that, I mean, it's very possible that they're going to make all these repairs and they're still going to end up having double session because of some other thing that goes wrong in that old 30-year-old dilapidated school. And so I feel okay about, just basically providing them the money, giving them the flexibility to address the repairs that are immediate construction needs, but all for the purpose of providing an environment that is safe and conducive to learning, and not really focus on this thing about so much about, so that we can avoid double sessions. Because if that's the case, the superintendent himself says, hey, no problem, just we can have double session. Just keep in mind that it's going to cost us an additional $150,000 a year, I think. And so, that may be the cheaper way to go. At the inconvenience of the students, just go ahead and do double session, close down those 9 classrooms. But quite frankly, they only need to repair 9 classrooms. But apparently, for the student population that they have over 100 classrooms. I can't believe that 10% of the classrooms being knocked out is going to drive the school into double session. So I say, they're saying, look, we need money, we need to make repairs, and so, let's do that, and part of the way that we can give them the flexibility is by let's remove the dollar amounts, but I think it very well conveys the message that the money is for immediate construction needs of activities such as restoring 9 temporary rooms, etc., etc.
Thank you, Senator Rada. Speaker Cruz, you're recognized on the Espaldon amendment. No, on your amendment.
On the bill.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, on the bill. I withdraw my amendment, and my amendment will simply be, as suggested by the previous speaker, to just remove the numbers.
Remove the numbers from the 5 items listed here.
Correct.
All right. So
And just leave it.
on Speaker Cruz's amendment to remove the cost amounts on the 5 items that are listed here, would anyone like to speak? Senator Esteves, you are recognized.
Just a question to the author of the amendment, to confirm, just so we're on the same page. This is to ensure that they have the flexibility to get the competitive bids for these, and that said potential contractor doesn't look at the dollar figure appropriated under law and just go after said amount. Is that the correct assumption? All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it's just these, in the list that they gave us of 13, these are the ones that will affect the classrooms. And so let's give them the money, and if the restoration is more than the 243, then do it. If it's less, then do it, but let's not tie them to the 243. Just say that these are the 5 things we want addressed with the 430 the legislature is giving up, and end it at that.
Thank you, Speaker Cruz. Senator
Thank you,
Esteves.
and I just wanted to reiterate that point for the members of the body. I mean, that's contracting 101, business 101. You don't tip your hand and let them know how much you're willing to bring to the table. So I think as the lawmaking body and also within Department of Education, they have an estimate of what they intend to budget for these projects. But I think for the benefit and our fiduciary responsibility, I think we want to ensure that they're able to get valid competition for these projects to get them done at both a good price and a good service. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Esteves. On the Speaker Cruz's amendment to remove the cost amounts from the list of 5, would anyone else like to speak? Speaker Cruz, you may close on that amendment.
If there's no objection, that's enough. I've spoken.
On Speaker Cruz's amendment, is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. So passed. On the Espaldon amendment, have we voted on your amendment? Okay, so on the bill, Senator Ada.
Yes, Madam Speaker, so I would like to amend lines 20 through 22 down to line 2 of the of page 3, so that it reads the above items are necessary to provide for an environment that is safe and conducive for the conduct of educational activities at Simon Sanchez High School, period. And delete all the language after that. And the reason why I'm making that amendment is that I really don't want to build that, create that expectation that once we fix the air conditioners and fix 9 classrooms and all that, we don't have to worry about double session. The threat of a double session, I believe, will always be there, and it will be unfair to the DOE staff and management to make people believe that, hey, we gave you $430,000, you shouldn't, and if a double session should occur. So I think really the bottom line is, double session is an inconvenience, yes. Safety and an environment that's filled with mold, that's not conducive to learning, that is not an inconvenience. That is an issue that is greater than an inconvenience. And so I think we should just be very clear about why we are undertaking these immediate repairs. And it doesn't do anything to make repairs, but at least we make it very clear what is really the objective here. So that is my amendment, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Ada. Senator Ada's amendment is to, and I'm changing the line numbers, Senator, on
Yes.
line 17 through 20 on page 3, section 3 of the bill, to remove the words ensure to the end of the sentence, to construction,
Correct.
and to add the words, and could you please repeat the words?
The above items are necessary to provide for an environment that is safe and conducive for the conduct of educational activities at Simon Sanchez High School.
On the Ada amendment, would anyone like to speak? Senator Nicholas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Simon Sanchez is going to be torn down in 2 years. The state of the school is such that even if all of these repairs were to get accomplished with this amount and everything were to turn out exactly the way we want, the school would not be safe and secure. There would be a lot of conditions within that school that actually would be less than ideal learning environments. As a matter of fact, we have an adequate education law that across the board throughout our system has compliance issues. For me, the whole idea of entertaining this bill to begin with is because the notion of a double session is in and of itself worth spending this money for. That's what I believe the intent of the bill is. I'm not speaking to that because I don't agree. Now if we're saying that the intent of the bill is just to make the repairs to create a more conducive learning environment, this bill definitely will not do that up at Simon Sanchez. And I'm going to save my discussion about double session when I have my opportunity to speak on the main motion, but I think that it's imperative for us to leave the double session language in there, because if we're going to spend this money, make these repairs, and still go into double session, what did we spend this money for? We definitely would not have made Simon Sanchez all that much more conducive of a learning environment. It really just needs to be torn down. So if we're going to spend this money, it should be with the objective of avoiding a double session. That's what the department's been testifying to. Now I feel like the amendment may actually let them off the hook, and they'll be like, okay, we'll go in and fix it all. We still have to do a double session. Well, no skin off our back. Now we just spent the money. The students are still inconvenienced. The school is still going to get torn down in 2 years, and the only objective that we would have accomplished is making these repairs to already temporary assets that are going to be torn down within a 2-year time frame. I object to the amendment on that basis. At the very least, the purpose of the bill should be to prevent a double session from having to take place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm going to withdraw my amendment.
All right. All right, on the bill. Senator San Nicolas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the intention of Bill 87 is to make these repairs. And the immediate repairs, quote on page 1, line 6, the immediate repairs are particularly necessary to eliminate the need for double sessions. The new educational facility will not be ready in any event during the next school year and a second school year beyond that. In order to provide immediate funding for the most serious of needs, the excess funds now existing in the Capital District Fund can be transferred for Simon Sanchez High School repairs. There's been so much emphasis placed on avoiding a double session. And Madam Chair, in all of my years as a public school student, in conversations with educators, professionals, my parents who've been educators for years, I asked, when we're building a new school, do we make every effort to avoid a double session? And the answer is yes. But if we have to do a double session, is that something that's out of the ordinary? And the answer is no. When we had JFK being rebuilt, we did not have lengthy conversations about where we're going to spend money to try and keep the school going to prevent a double session. Whenever we built a new school on this island, the school that was being rebuilt had a double session. So operationally, it's the norm. This is actually the exception. So let's put that exception to context. Are we going to be doing emergency repairs on a high-quality learning environment while the new school is being built? Or is this the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the barrel in terms of facilities? I think we all know the answer to that. I think the entire island knows the answer to that. Simon Sanchez High School it's just unthinkable that our students have to continue considering going there. And so I have a number of questions, and my first question more is, I guess I'll ask it generally. Has the Department of Education considered a double session at one of our newer high schools? When I posed a question on social media, there were teachers from some of these newer high schools chiming in, saying, send them to our school. These are the very teachers who would be impacted by the schedule change. But one thing about educators and education professionals is that they understand the need for collective sacrifice for the benefit of students. And so if it means double session at one of our newer high schools, the professionals in those newer high schools that would be impacted, they're open, they're down, because it's for the students, regardless if they're Sanchez students or otherwise. So why aren't we considering a double session at one of the newer high schools? Get these kids out of that monstrosity. We're talking about not inconveniencing them. Keeping them there may be the biggest inconvenience. Having them double session at Ukuru or at JFK would be putting them immediately into a new facility. Immediately. So, I'd like to pose my question to the author of the bill, who's also the education chair. Have you asked DOE to consider a double session at one of the newer schools? Madam Chair.
Senator San Augustine, do you yield to that question?
Madam Speaker, being that he's identified that I was part of the board before, unfortunately, I was not in the legislature. When I was on the board, when JFK closed down, the issue of double session was not an option. They had to move them to the schools, the GW, or whatever school was available. JFK was shut down because 10 years before they closed, they were advised by the Army Corps of Engineers that if they didn't do the maintenance of the school, it will close. It was on time. It closed. Simon Sanchez's issue, when I was on the school board, we tried to find money, and I've reached out to the legislature, not to my colleagues here, but to other senators, and asked for funding to help repair Simon Sanchez, and still no help came their way. Now, the issue of double session at Simon Sanchez today, I met with the Board of Education and the management team, and I asked them, have you considered other options? They said, if we can get these classrooms, there's a total of 13 classrooms, not just 9. If you look at the list, it started off with the 9 temporary. It also talk about the 2 restore rooms, 310 and 311, and modifications to room and main facilities. So it comes up to 13, 14 classrooms. So when you look at the number just keeps going up. Now, I know I've heard from other folks that they said that there's cracks, there could be structural, questionable structural conditions up at Simon Sanchez, but that hasn't been declared unsafe. If it's declared unsafe, sure, let's close the school. Let's get the kids out of there. Let's consider moving them to JFK or Ukidu. They're a bigger high school. But just picture this, 1899. That's the number of students. If I'm correct, that's the largest school. If not, Ukidu could probably match it. JFK does not have the same number, and neither does GW. Now, if we're going to consider that, as they identified during the public hearing, they mentioned if they went to double session at Simon Sanchez, it's about $150,000. We mentioned that my colleague mentioned that in 2 years we're going to close Simon Sanchez. Really? That was mentioned 3 years ago. It's 3 years now that went by. They haven't fixed the school. We would hope in the passing and the override of Bill 58 that the new school will be built in 2 years. There's a process. It'll take probably 60 to 90 days until the RFP or whatever, the solicitation goes out. That 2 years is 2 school years. We would hope in the 3rd year they would move in there. Now, all they're asking for is $430,000. And I appreciate the amendment that Senator Tom brought up, is that when we eliminate the amount for flexibility, because during that meeting that I had with them, they said that the amounts there is as close as they can get it. It could be a lot less. And that's why they even asked for flexibility. I said, but I already introduced the bill. We'll hear it at the public hearing, and then we'll work from there. So if there's really any question about Simon Sanchez, my son went to that school when I ran for the school board. And the condition hasn't really changed too much. I had them use funds to fix the air conditioner in the cafeteria. That's what was mentioned with the cafeteria. I helped paint in the schools. There's a lot of work that needs to happen. But as far as anything else, in 2 years, I don't believe we're going to get that school open in 2 years. I can actually look forward in 3 years, if we're lucky.
Senator San Nicolas.
So I guess the answer to my question about whether or not the double session at the new schools was ever explored is, I guess, unanswered. The department, I guess, in their response to the chair was that they considered options, but I'm not quite sure what that means in terms of whether or not they defined it as unworkable, workable to an extent. I don't know. What I do know is that the condition of Simon Sanchez today, I went to JFK. I attended JFK. I taught at Simon Sanchez. I've seen both campuses. I'm amazed that that school hasn't been shut down. I really think that it should be. I think that it's one of those Gov Guam things where it's just kept hobbling along because everyone knows that once you pull the trigger and you shut it down, then everything else needs to happen afterwards. We should not be sending students back to that school. I don't think a double session, the inconvenience of a double session is worse than the realities of going back to that campus. My conscience will be a lot cleaner if I felt like we were directing the students to the newer campuses. I think that it would be better for all of the stakeholders. Would it create inconveniences? Of course it would. So would going back to that school. The money is actually secondary in the equation, because a double session at a newer school is a much better option just on the surface. When you add on the extra reality of sinking $430,000 into that repair, it becomes even more alarming, Madam Chair, because if you've been following, the superintendent has been going around to all of the different campuses, looking at all the different repairs that need to take place in all of the other facilities that are not going to get a new one. And he testified in our recent hearing regarding this bill that their budget for repairs is $500,000. For all of the other schools that are not getting replaced, the budget is $500,000 for repairs for every other school on this island. Those schools are going to have to last far more than 2 years. 4 years, 6 years, 10 years, 15 more years for many of them. And they only have a $500,000 budget right now for those repairs. And so now this body is going to take $430,000 plus $150,000 in another bill that's going to be discussed, $580,000 for one school, this Simon Sanchez that should be torn down. They're going to sink even more money than they're putting in every other school on the entire island for these repairs on a structure that's going to get torn down in 2 years. If we took that 580 and put it into the department, into all of the other schools and doubled their repair budget, and had Simon Sanchez go on a double session, that would be a better use than this. Have Simon Sanchez double session at a new school, double the repair budget of all the other schools in DOE. When I look at all of the options on the table with respect to how we can use this money, the purposes for which it's intended, and the options that are available, I feel like this is the worst possible option. Spending $430,000 in repairs that are only going to last 2 years. With needs throughout our department, and with options that are out there that are actually would put our students in more conducive learning environments. I humbly ask my colleagues to think very carefully about the spending decision that is representative in Bill 87, and we will have the same conversation about Bill 94. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator San Nicolas. On the bill, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I tend to agree with Senator San Nicolas on a number of his points, but, you know, a lot of these questions were asked and answered by you, Madam Speaker, and by other members of our body during the public hearing, and I thought that the Department of Education, the superintendent, and the board did a really great job of answering our questions and making sure that they were very clear about what double session would entail. And it's also my understanding, that's great if other teachers are offering to have double sessions at certain schools, but JFK and Ukudu are leased schools, so we would have to get permission from them and possibly pay to have double session there. And so when we're talking about double session and, you know, this great possibility of just doing double session, it's going to cost additional funding to have a double session. It's going to cost overtime for teachers, overtime for bus drivers, added inconvenience to not just the students, but to parents and to the teachers as well, just all of our stakeholders involved. The superintendent did identify that the amount of money that's being discussed in this bill, in conjunction with the amount of money that's proposed in Bill 94 together, he said repeatedly that it would prevent them from having double session. Those questions were asked and they were answered. So I just wanted to be on the record about that for any of our colleagues who are unable to attend that public hearing or watch it afterwards on our legislative YouTube channel. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Lee. On the bill, Senator Stevis.
Madam Chair, politics. You know, it's not logical. It really isn't. It's not logical. It doesn't make any sense to spend this $430,000 on the students at Simon Sanchez. It makes no sense. People don't make any sense. Everyone's different and believes something different, and that's something we have to accept. That we're going to be put in positions where we have to vote on things that just might not make sense. It doesn't make sense to perform life-saving measures on somebody who's dying if you know they're going to die as a healthcare professional, but you do it anyways. It doesn't make sense to put somebody and keep somebody on dialysis and put them on borrowed time, but you do it anyways. Some things just don't necessarily make sense, and we've argued many times in this body, are we doing things because it makes sense, or is it because it's the right thing to do? Is it because it's complicated? I understand that. But you know, I just like to state something that what double sessions would mean. It is an inconvenience for the students, but it's going to be very difficult to the parents when you're transplanting over 1,800 students. And you know, I'd like to close my statement with this: is I'd be very careful and to go talk to the members up there at Simon Sanchez about going there thinking and proposing things as though we know better than them, as though what we say is the only thing that's correct, and what we say is, even though it makes perfect sense logically, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Because and again, I only caution the body because we don't, from personal experience, we don't want another charter school incident of 2017 to replay. And so when we talk about big decisions like this that's going to affect the community, regardless of whether it's logical, illogical, makes sense, or doesn't make sense on paper, we really need to consult and what they want. And I do trust that the board has talked with the PTAs, has talked with the communities up there, and they're adamant. They do not want double session up there at Simon Sanchez, and they'd be more than happy to stay at their school with a couple repairs. And regardless of whether that makes sense to us as lawmakers or not, or whether we agree or not, that is a valid argument. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Speaker Cruz, your
Madam Speaker, I really want to make sure that when we vote on this bill and we pass it, that Simon Sanchez is able to utilize the money. In Section 2 of this bill, we transfer the money from the Capital District Fund to the Department of Education. In Section 3, we were supposed to, by the title, appropriate this $430,000 that we gave to DOE for a specific purpose. Unfortunately, we took out the line appropriated. So in the body of the section, there is no appropriated. I'd like to make a motion that we reinstate the part that's crossed out and put an "and" after education, so the line would read, is hereby appropriated to the Department of Education and shall be used to fund the following, but not whatever the other amendment was, but not exclusive to, but not limited to. I just want to put the appropriation back in and leave everything else intact. Because though the title of the section says appropriation, there is nothing in the body of the section that says appropriated. In fact, it's been deleted, and the word use is put in, and legal counsel has had issue about that. And so, with all due respect to the original mover, I'd like to reinstate that and put "and" at the end of that.
Mr. Speaker, may I suggest that we should also add is hereby appropriated from someplace, from the Capital District Fund stated in Section 2, and perhaps delete Section 2 or combine them somehow, because we've got a transfer language in Section 2, appropriation language in Section 3. It's not
I asked about that, and you had to, because it's a special fund, it has to be transferred first, and then I don't understand it myself. I went and asked, and but I think legal counsel is correct that we have to reinstate appropriated in this section to make sure that the money that has been transferred, it's clear that it's appropriated for the purpose that we want. Thank you.
On Speaker Cruz's amendment to restore the language in Section 3 that reads, is hereby appropriated to the Department of Education. Would anyone like to speak on that amendment?
Just point of information, with the addition of the word "and."
Oh,
after
and,
education.
okay. Is hereby appropriated to the Department of Education and shall be used on that amendment?
Madam Chair, if I may, if I could call for recess, because I believe that the point that you made was, again, one of those things that need to be discussed in terms of making sure that the language is appropriate and whether we need to merge Section 2 with Section 3 or perhaps put the wording in place, because it does seem to me as well that, first of all, we're transferring funds from Section 2, in Section 2, transferring funds from the capital improvement funds to the Department of Education first, and then we're appropriating something to the, and again, it seems a little bit disjointed, and perhaps maybe a conversation between yourself and legal counsel and myself and anybody else who wants to get involved could resolve that issue.
We'll take a 1-minute recess.
Thank you.
us back in session. Who did we end up with? Who was speaking last? There
Mr.
was
Speaker, you were speaking last, and then I called for a recess. Because of the issues concerning the legal wording of this particular bill.
Okay, on the motion then, if you have no amendment.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, because of some of the discussion that's been going on, I would move that we send Bill number 87 and probably correspondingly Bill number 94 back to committee. With any amendments made to the bills intact, so that if it does get reported out again, then those amendments will remain.
There's been a motion to send the bills back to committee. Any objection? Hearing none. Oh,
good.
I guess I have to go back up to.
We haven't risen, Mr.
We should entertain a motion to rise and recommend that the bill be reported back to committee.
Okay. Who wishes to make that recommendation? Senator Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the recent motion by the Minority Leader, I'd like to make a motion that we rise in the Committee of the Whole with the recommendation to transmit the remaining items in the Committee of the Whole to their respective committees.
Any objection? Hearing none. 34th Guam Legislature is back in session. Mr. Majority Leader, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn this session subject to the call of the Speaker.
There's been a motion to report back the bills.
Oh. Well, that was already...
Yes, but that has to be made to this floor.
So you already... Mr. Speaker, the recommendation of the body is that Bill 87-34 COR, after having been deliberated, and Bill number 94-34 COR as substituted by the Committee on Appropriations and Adjudication was also deliberated with a recommendation to return both files back to committee. and on Bill 87 with all amendments intact.
On that motion, is there an objection? Hearing no objection.
And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I guess it's appropriate now to make the motion to adjourn this session, subject to the call of the Speaker.
Thank you very much. The legislature is adjourned.